Can't play music on YouTube. With Twitch, it'll just get muted. On YouTube, I'll get banned. Crazy. Oh wow, that's nice, Brain. Hell yeah. W sister. Okay. So I want to be looking in... Nope. This one. They're all cubes. Oh no. But there is a silver lining. True, true. You might also be able to do, I don't know how light they are, but maybe you'd be able to do some really difficult exercises which don't require as much weight, like lateral raises and tricep extensions behind the head. I find don't take a lot of weight because of how difficult they are. Yeah, strap them all to the end of like a sledgehammer and do do like mace workouts. Okay, what am I looking at? Oh, tents, right. I mean, that's a good point, actually. If they can attack tents, shouldn't we be updating this stuff in the attack state? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Right, right. This should be built in with the other stuff. Okay, that's not what I had bargained for today. I mean, anyway, we can still... Let's do... Maybe getting this out the way first will help. And is there a range check on this? No. Nearest occupied. It's like occupied or it contains food that they want to get to. The bears do eat berries as well, actually, if we want to get extra. We could... I mean, this is unique code for the bears because I didn't really understand functions. I wasn't even aware functions existed when I started, really. So it's not like we have some universal function that you just run on an animal and it does the appropriate stuff depending on which animal it's run on. So this would not be the same now for the wolves. The wolves would only... I've seen wolves attacking the tents in the past, but I don't know if I've seen it since we, like, optimized all of this stuff. Yeah, I think I thought about it like a little bit. You know, I'm hoping this. My feeling is that there's a lot of stuff that I will need to add to the game. I'm I'm particularly thinking like 3 new constructs: the guard tower, the armory, and the torch, and implementing a crafting system, but I'm not clear on how that would work, because it feels like it should be fully automated, which is kind of weird, because then it's like a feature that you're not actually doing anything with it. You never directly engage with it. It's very odd. It doesn't make sense in the, because it's a GodSIM game and I'm compiling with YYC. But crafting is not, you know, doesn't really make sense. Doesn't really fit the genre. That's like a survival crafting game type of thing that you do. It doesn't make sense to me that you're a god and you're like navigating through menus and tech trees and stuff and like crafting and upgrading and getting recipes or something. That doesn't make sense. But also I have this feeling that the game is lacking in some way. And these additional layers, these additional like systems on top would help. But also, there's part of me that is like, well, I mean, this would apply regardless, because you never want to make it overcomplicated. It should be as simple as possible, right? Part of me is hopeful that we can achieve this sort of, like, elegant simplicity, or like a, God, we should never measure things in fun. But I'm too smooth-brained right now, so. Could it be like fun in its simplicity? How am I supposed to? You know what I mean? I feel like I had a more eloquent way of putting this earlier when it was in my head this morning. But can we achieve like a simplicity that is fun, and it's not like boring because it's too simple as well? We better achieve that, because I'm only one man. I'm just one man. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be... Oh, God damn it. Gotta go to a level that actually has predators in it, right? So they will actually attack the tents. It's whatever. We have to build the tents anyway. They're not set to be pre-built right now. That would be useful if I had a toggle for that somewhere in the option. I want to, maybe I don't want to. I could expand the developer menu and have like a pre-built tents option off and on. For running in test mode, and even just a button for test mode. I have to press T on the keyboard right now. But it's like, it's not... It's not worth the time invested for something that would be stripped out anyway, because it's a developer tool. It's very hard to justify doing something like that. Okay, so we Jesus Christ. They just need to be built and either occupied or containing food. That's it. Why 6? I don't normally do 6. Oh yeah. Anyway, my original point was that what was my original point? I don't know, but this is a point. Whether it was my original point or not, I can't remember. But maybe, you know, maybe like the game is only as much. It's only fun as long as you are discovering it for the first time. It's only as fun as you're learning everything and discovering everything. And that's why the game seems terribly boring to me. But I don't think it's good if a game just exists and is only like, I keep saying fun, that's not really quantifiable, is it? It's only as fun as long as you're learning it, and then it's like, you want there to be a satisfaction in the mastery of the thing, or I suppose, or for things to even be enjoyable once you've, like, discovered them all still. And I think basically I've just become completely blinded. That's why this playtest, we've gone for so long without doing a playtest that I've gone completely insane and can no longer be trusted, basically. And it's absolutely essential that we playtest this thing at this point, just to restore some measure of my sanity. Because I need to see what is it like in the hands of a new player. Because I have no idea anymore. I'm so lost in the sauce at this point. Well, we better actually have some guards and stuff, considering we are in dangerous lands. Two male shaman? No. Okay, yeah, I literally just need to get one of these built. And what? Do even the unprovoked bears track that? Interesting, they do. Which is great for our test right now, but also not actually necessary, so in a way that would be an optimization to disable this tracker when we don't need it, of course. Yeah, I think realistically it depends on funding, the level of funding that I can get as to how much I can actually do. But then again, some stuff like the crafting system, I mean, you do engage with it in the sense that, like, it's still on you to ensure that they acquire all of the resources that they need and stuff. You are indirectly engaging with it. Even if the humans kind of do all of it autonomously. I think I basically need to switch my own brain off until we actually do this playtest, and I see what it's like to play, because I have no idea anymore. I don't think there's any way I can possibly know. Okay, there we go. So the tracker is working. Oh shit. I just lost my save from yesterday now. Yeah, we only have quick saving currently. It's a bit of a pain. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. They're not aware of the humans when they're inside. So a bear that close to camp, a provoked bear no less, should have attacked the tents. You know, now that I think about it, the fact that we run this tracker even when they're unprovoked, there must be a check in the state conditions. Otherwise, unprovoked bears would still attack tents. What? You're telling me they just don't have the code that would make them attack tents in the first place? We're just missing a huge chunk of code. Healing? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at human state conditions. That explains it. Well, there's your problem. Ah, okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, fair enough. It's whatever. I'm not going to bother changing it, but I suppose they don't really need to be tracking the tents. When they're unprovoked, but they would still need to be tracking the nearest threat. What would cause them not to attack the tents? I have no idea. Okay. Well, that one remains on the known bugs list for now, although I've only seen it once, so... And I'm pretty sure I saw what I saw, if you know what I mean. There was a bear with a couple of cubs wandering right past camp. Everybody was asleep in the tents. You would expect that bear to have attacked one of the tents. They didn't flee or attack. Makes sense that they wouldn't flee because they weren't aware there was anything to flee from. Yeah, no idea. Save and load Miracle Light. Okay. Check the fishing spots. It's like a quality of life thing. Maybe that's why I don't feel too jazzed about it. Yeah, true. I want to take a look at the fishing spots and see where they are. Oh, it is in here. No. Can't see them at all. Why? Oh, it's this thing. I always forget that's like a thing. Well, I wonder if it has like any sort of beneficial effect to untick that for things that aren't visible instead of using like a fully transparent sprite or something. Okay. So I tried to reduce the number of fishing spots as much as possible, but right now there are gaps in places where we might have to go to like no more than one cell in between. I'm not even sure how I'm doing this right now. Is it like, do we just spawn them all and then there's something in the create event that deletes them again if they're too close to another one? That would be weird, but it wouldn't surprise me. Obviously it would be better not to create them in the first place if we don't want them to be there. But yeah, there's gaps in places where you can kind of put them in between two of these things, and it's a little bit finicky when trying to assign them to be fishers. Oh, nothing in there. Maybe I did actually build it into the spawn system. Logan Jones, hey. What? Oh, Stepmania? Haha. Cool. How does this work? It's probably... Ah, okay. So we do a check for the nearest fishing spot. No, I've never played it, actually. So... I mean, it's weird because in some spots there is only a gap of one cell. I know, right? I'm just curious. Oh, I have to change like more than just this one. I'm just curious what happens. We lives up to the soundtrack. Okay, nice. Oh, I need to start a new game to actually repopulate the fishing spots. Yeah, I don't play a lot of video games anymore, I'll be honest with you. Making one is a pretty full-time job. Yeah. Yep. I do sometimes think about the things that I'll do when this game is finished, though. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. That seems okay. Right, so we've increased the density of fishing spots. So we shouldn't have that issue anymore. Seems like that's kind of the largest sort of gap that you would get between... oh, and it's still doing it. How is it doing it? He's definitely close enough to this one. Perhaps... Oh, yeah. Hey, Force Non Grata, welcome back. How's it going? Fortunately, I'm not one of those people. I know people who are constantly starting new projects. Glad to hear it. I'm more of like a focus on one thing for a long period of time kind of guy. I've been working on this for 3 years now. It's getting there, but it's taken a long time because I've been learning to code. Pretty good. I mean, I was faced with a fairly daunting realization earlier, but it's nothing game breaking. It's not what I was expecting to be working on today, though. Not really. I mean, I you know, tune into a Godot dev stream on Twitch every now and again, maybe. I'm thinking of learning Godot for the next game because I'll probably want to do something 3D. That's the only way you've managed to take any difficult engineering concepts and applying to a problem you care about. Yeah, very relatable there. I have to be doing the thing. That's why, you know, I'm the exact opposite of what they tell you, like, to do. You know, don't work on your dream game as your first game. Do small projects. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do anything because I'd have no motivation. Like, why would I care about doing that? Better than UE5 bloatware. Okay. Yeah, I've not used Unreal 5. I used, it could have been 3. It was a long time ago. I used Unity a bit more recently for like 6 months. Wasn't a huge fan. GameMaker has its quirks, but I like it for the most part. Straight into the deep end. I mean, there is the fact that like you will create problems for yourself in the future, and I've definitely done that. The way this game is written is basically unmanageable now. I need to finish it. I need to stop working on it purely because of how difficult it's becoming to work on without refactoring a ton of stuff. Like, so much so that it's almost rewriting the entire thing. It seemed like it was held together with duct tape and like barely standing under its own weight, if you know what I mean, and slow and crashing a lot. I suppose it's powerful, but it didn't really feel very good to use. Alright, we're gonna go with this. It's not great for performance because we have more fishing spots, but... Well, no, wait, it didn't even fix the problem, did it? The problem is presumably solved when there's no gaps between the fishing spots anymore, like it used to be. Parameter passing asynchronous calls, JSON response gen. It's hard to tell how it works now. Oh, jeez. Crashes and debugging felt horrid. Oh. I'm just gonna have to try it. I don't think we can have the jank. Like, people are not gonna be very happy about that. Instance else just... Well, we can just do this. Bring back the fishing spots. Yeah. And I don't comment a lot of my code, and then I go back and I have to relearn it as well. And some of it, not a lot, I can say, thankfully, but some of it, I never even understood it in the first place, so I was able to get it to work and then leave it. And hope never to have to touch it again. But if I do, I'm in big trouble. Like whatever's going on with the click and drag camera controls. Thanks, Logan. Take it easy. Alright, how does it respond? This is just... I don't know what the fuck this is. Thronglets. Is it one of the new ones? Because I haven't seen the new season. This is weird. Why is it like this? How does this even work? Is it? Oh, it might actually just be me hovering over the forbidden cells. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Should have enabled the navigation grid. Okay, if I do it on this side... Okay, we can go back to... No, I've not seen the new season. I did look into acquiring it via completely legitimate means at one point, but I didn't actually succeed. Oh. Okay. I'll probably watch it at some point. Actually, you remind me, it's a new season of South Park in like 3 days, I think. Okay, so it may not have even been that in the first place. Although it could have been, I'm not sure why I would have been dropping them in the ocean. I don't think I was. Maybe I should like increase the radius, you know, because currently you've got to place them within 1 tile of the thing. Maybe it should be like 2 tiles. If you're zoomed in, it's perhaps not as bad. Anyway. That's fine, that's fine. That's complete and total coverage. And what if we go back to 64? So this is how it was originally, and oh, I didn't see you there, Brent. How's it going? You slipped in under the radar with the raid. No, I didn't want to load. So yeah, I just want to do a little bit of bug fixing today. We're certainly pretty close to having a... This build is already probably good enough to use for the playtest, but it's... Love the title screen. It's not bad, right, for an AI-generated placeholder. Not bad at all. But we're going to have some capsule art for Steam made by Indiana Jonas this month. Gonna start work in like 2 days time. So I'll probably use that for the new title screen, at least temporarily, until perhaps we get more art for the title screen to differentiate it from the Steam capsule art. Excuse me. Yeah, no, there's your problem. Right, so there's a little bit of a gap. So we've got to go to 32. Well, at least it's fixed. There we go. That's one bug down. We're making progress today. Yeah. It's not nice when you don't get the response you expect, right? No, but yeah, I don't want to... I've got to kind of finish they're pretty much finished, but, you know, I want to do, like, the final draft of the design documents today. Ready for... Because then I guess I can send them to Jonas on Monday, and he plans to start Tuesday. I still have to send him half of the money up front and get a contract written up. I just had GPT generate me a contract. Worked good enough. Worked better than I could have done, so I guess so. It's like none of this stuff feels like it carries enough weight for me to actually care about it right now. Haste. Interesting. Yes, I guess that would make sense. Some kind of a speed boost. Miracle. that would be really fast if you cast haste on them in combination with the drummer movement speed buff. That would be pretty insane. The hell is guidance? Sometimes I write down these miracles, these just like a single word. And I'm like, what is that? Guidance? What is miracle guidance? Oh, I think it increases the accuracy of the hunters. Yeah. Character progression is another option for like a stretch goal or some additional feature that could be added. Just, you know, your typical The working title is Project GodSIM. The actual name of the game will be unveiled at the end of the month when we do the playtest. Seeing as we'll have a logo and stuff, and I've got the Steam page now. Although it's not live, and it won't be live, unfortunately, for a long time still, because we need, like, the final art assets for at least 3 unique environments for the screenshots and trailer. Which is why the, thanks dude, appreciate that. Yeah, it's why the publishing deal is really important. Because I think that would go a long way as well, talking about, like, even if I only finish, like, the core stuff, none of the optional stuff, I mean, it's all optional at the end of the day, but the things that I view as essential, which is the remaining miracles, the remaining creatures, and then all of, like, the necessary options, menus, remappable controls, and a proper save load system that allows you to manage your save files and stuff, a tutorial, etc., etc. You know, even if I just did that, just the essentials, and we had really nice graphics and sound, I think the game could probably do okay. It's like it would be quite a simple game, quite arcadey, quite pick up and play, not a great deal of depth or replay value, but you know, probably still a nice experience if it was to look and sound good. I'm not going to do early access. It doesn't seem like a large enough project to justify that. I feel, you know, if you do early access, that's basically your launch. You have to consider you have to consider it as your launch, because your launch is going to be non-existent, nothing compared to, like, when it just is your launch. It becomes your launch, and early access, you should already be like 90% of the way there anyway. Or I think the other exception is like a massive, like a lifelong project, like Stardeus or Dwarf Fortress, although Dwarf Fortress didn't do early access. I've already got testers. I've got 6 streamers lined up to test the game, and then we'll open it up to some wider communities and get non-streamers on board as well. So, yeah, let's have a look at the roadmap. I mean, I'm not too concerned about all of this right now, but the sort of major milestones is like, so we've got the playtest coming up, and then I've got to get a publishing deal. Then it will be the Steam page launch. Then it will be the demo launch. Then it will be Next Fest and other festivals. And then it will be launch.
Toasty!
Shirix. Thanks for that follow, Shirix. Appreciate that. Very similar name to somebody from one of my clans back in the day. That's why I was like, Shirix? Is it you? No, it was. They had a different name, but it sounded similar. And then it would be lunchtime. Yeah. Oh, another GMS dev. Awesome. What are you making? Feel free to share anything in chat. Do you stream as well? Love to drop by sometime if you do. Yeah, so it's really important to have your Steam page live for at least 12 months before launch. That's why it's, a bit annoying that I'm blocked by the art assets and stuff needing to be done before I can really put the page up. I mean that is screwing around with shaders. Nice. I've not messed around with shaders at all. I know one other guy who's a real shader head. Yeah, shaders scared me off pretty quickly. I'm definitely a new programmer, fairly new to this. Pretty much learned to code on this project. And when I took one look at shaders and ran for the hills, I was like, well, it can't be too difficult to, use a shader to draw an outline around a sprite or something. And then I realized that it was rocket science. So, I was like, okay. We're not going to do that. We don't need outlines. Yeah, so, I mean, that is, that's kind of it, actually. I mean, I should be working on the design documents today. Oh shit, no, that's a bug that I found on Friday. I should fix that. I didn't look at the... GLSL, okay. Okay. Yeah, I might get there eventually, I suppose. Yeah, if there was one bug that I feel that I absolutely need to fix, it would be the fact that the trees that you create with Miracle Forest spawn on top of the tent foundations. Because the only thing stopping them from spawning somewhere is whether that cell is forbidden on the navigation grid, and you can walk across foundations, so they're not on the navigation grid. Holy moly. This is a little bit much. Okay. Yeah, I was pretty proud of that one, though, because whenever you updated the navigation grid by creating or destroying something on it, or flagging or unflagging cells, I used to just recalculate everybody's pathing, right? Because I was like, oh, the grid's changed, they all need to update their pathing. I actually was able to build a system that checks whether their path intersects with the cell that was just added, or it's multiple cells if it's multiple cells, or if it passed nearby to a cell that was just removed. And it also, I was able to get it so that it didn't check the portion of the path that they had already covered as well. So that was it used to cause a lag spike every time, because everybody was recalculating their pathing simultaneously. And it totally fixed that. I was really happy with that one. It was the last thing that I've done that I was really happy with, I think. So, crash store. Wait a minute, they're on here. What is this? The hell? Well, okay, what? As far as I can tell, it shouldn't be possible to spawn trees on top of the tents, even if they are foundations. But it happened. How would that be possible? What? Because I'm using point distance isometric and not centering it? Oh yeah, this doesn't have built-in centering. Okay, right. Maybe it should. Point distance shouldn't. If I was to do some sort of distance to object isometric, I mean that's far more complicated if you want to set it up to work like what is it? Distance to object. I don't know. I don't even know if I would be able to do that. Probably not. But you could at least I could easily make it center. That's easy. Finding like the angle and then looking for the intersection with the edge. That looks pretty insane to me. Sounds pretty insane to me. Jesus Christ. I think this might have been something that I've known about, that I knew about for so long. I was like, oh, I'll do it one day or something, you know, and then I forgot that it was even a thing that needed doing, and it probably exists in many, many different places where I'm not centering up a coordinate on an object. I'm using the origin point. It's just going to be a mess. No. I'm looking for the X offset. And I don't think I need brackets in this case, because this would be done first, and then added to, wait a minute. Nearest tent x minus this plus this divided by 2. I think it's like that. No, it would need to be mask height. Is that a thing? Mask height? Mask index. I have to do sprite get. Sprite get height mask index. It's even worse now. Loaded code. Loaded. As in it's about to blow. Yeah, I think so. I don't think I need to do it for the X, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Minus sprite get X offset. Maybe worth give the objects a separate coordinate. Oh yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Okay, I think that's correct. I think how I would want to do it would be build it into the function, and then it just figures out the center of whatever I throw at it. But I can't be bothered changing that function right now. I'd probably want, well, I'd want a different function, which would be point. It would be, I might as well just call it like object center distance isometric or something, because I wouldn't want to. I'd still want to keep this function, Oh. And that way I could build into the function as well. It checks whether the object has a mask or not, and then uses either the mask or the sprite, depending. 99% of the time my objects have masks, but I did build that into everything because I never wanted to pass an instance into a function and have it like freak out because it had a mask or something, or didn't have a mask. Okay, so we should be fixed. That should be good. Like I said, there's probably a billion different places where that exact same problem exists, but just hasn't shown up. Like it's not really an issue, and it's probably not worth the time actually fixing most of them. Most of them are probably, yeah, not a big deal. But at some point, somewhere down the line, I may indeed wind up making like a new function. I think it would be a good idea. Okay. Oh, I gotta grab something to drink. I'll be right back. The water filter is running a bit low. Thank God I have this coconut water left. Hey, Prashnik, how's it going? Indeed, we don't get a lot of viewers around here. Even less on the YouTube stream, more on the Twitch usually. Pretty small, pretty niche, pretty small stream. But I was just thinking about it, and it feels right to me to sort of keep the game within the kind of Twitch GameMaker community, or just the GameMaker community for now. Because, I mean, it doesn't really make sense. What can I say at this stage? Like, if someone's gonna play the closed beta test, if someone's gonna play the play test, you know, what am I gonna say? Oh, just, you know, come and check out the stream or something. You know, it doesn't make sense to really put the game out there until there's a Steam page that I can direct people to. So at that point, I'd be like interested in reaching out to YouTubers and stuff, and probably also I'd want the actual demo, not like a closed beta test or even yeah, you know what I mean. So that's quite a ways off still, I would imagine. Depends how quickly things move. Like, we're getting to this point now where at the end of the month I'm going to be stepping back from development a little bit and putting together a pitch deck and approaching various publishers and stuff. I'll be doing a little bit of, I mean, I'll obviously be like accumulating all of the feedback from the playtesting. I mean, this month I'll be working with Jonas on the capsule art and logo. Not working with him, hiring him to do that. But no, I mean, no doubt I'll have to like perhaps look at sketches or concepts or revisions or whatever. I'm not quite sure, you know, what his process is going to be like. It's one of the things that I want to ask him, like, does he kind of like sketch stuff up, like certain elements of the final scene first, and then say like, is this kind of going in the right direction before, or does he just like dive straight into the main piece? You know, it'll be interesting to see what his process is like and stuff. I've worked on the design documents for about a month, I think. Not like, you know, every day, because most days I'm developing the game itself, but in the evenings and stuff off stream, sometimes I would just crack open the documents and add, you know, write stuff and add concept art and add reference material and try to communicate my idea for the capsule art and logo as best as I can. But at the same time, I'm also aware, like, Jonas is actually a graphic designer. Jonas is actually an illustrator. He knows better than me on a lot of stuff, so I just want to get the general. Hopefully, I mean, it's more like I want to give him fuel to burn, you know, rather than like an exact plan to follow, because that wouldn't make sense. If I knew what to do, I wouldn't be hiring an illustrator, would I? But it's very exciting. He's done the work, the capsule art for a few different games. Spilled, that indie game about like cleaning up pollution in a little boat. He's done some art for Don't Starve. He's done some art for Another Crab's Treasure, and a lot of them I really like. The one that is closest to the style that I'm looking for is the art that he did for Spilled. Although Spilled is a game that's set in modern times and features technology. So very much the same art style, but my game is set in ancient times and features divine magic. So if we just swap those out, get the same sort of art style, I think it'll work pretty well. But it's also a bit of a different scene. And it totally makes sense, you know, it's a landscape. It's kind of like an isometric view, just like it is in-game. Which gives you that very, you know, it's like aerial photography. It gives you that very disembodied, godlike perspective, that overview effect. Whereas the art for Spilled is more down to earth and focused on the boat, because like that's the central character that you're controlling. Or well, I think so. I don't think you ever actually learn who's driving the boat in that game. You kind of are the boat, I suppose. Or maybe you do. I don't know. But yeah. So it's going to be a bit more of an epic landscape rather than that more like grounded, kind of cozy feel because of Spilled, because that is a cozy game. There's no violence in that game. My game it's, you know, has elements of cozy games. I suppose it's somewhat relaxing and but yeah, but there is violence. Save and load Miracle Light. See, it's just these little, like, quality of life things. And then a couple of bugs that I have seen but am yet to replicate that are actually really not good. But I have no idea what's happening at all or how to even diagnose them at this point. I mean, I've looked into them briefly but can't figure it out. So it's either little stuff that's like, oh, it's not really that important, or it's stuff that's like, it's pretty bad, but I don't know how to fix it right now. Yeah. That is technically an optimization I can do, but it won't affect performance in any meaningful way. That's another one. It's like, I could do this optimization that won't really do anything. Oh man, it's but it's a good sign. It does mean that I've like gotten a fairly good build on my hands finally. It was funny because I've been saying that for like 2 months. Oh, this build is great. It's so stable. It's bug free. And then the next day I'm like, it's all broken. I had no idea. None of this works. And that's been going on for months as I'm trying to get this. Because that's the thing. It's like whenever you're adding new features to the game, you're ignoring like all of the stuff that already exists, which is probably bugged, and you just don't realize it because you haven't played it in 6 months or whatever. You've just been soldiering on with implementation of new stuff. So it really is helpful. There's usually more than you're expecting when you do like make some time for a bit of play testing and you suddenly realize everything's actually broken. So it can be really useful to schedule in those playtests, and it can also be really useful, I've found, to have days where you don't have a plan, because it creates the space to discover something. That's the exact point that I was just making, really. Yeah, because it's like it frees up your attention or whatever for you to find something, as opposed to going in with something that you're going to be working on. And I wish I didn't delete my save file now, because we had that playthrough going yesterday that actually made it to level 3, which is the furthest I've made it. That was the final level that actually has, you know, miracles in it. Once you get to level 4, the miracles start repeating, because there's only 17 miracles in the game right now. Which, one of them is Miracle Hand, which you have unlocked by default. So that is 16 miracles, 4 miracles per level, 4 levels worth of miracles that are in the game currently. And I'm aiming for 40, but it's probably going to be something like 41 or 42, I've realized. Because one of the miracles is actually going to be like the reward for beating the game and getting the good ending. And I thought probably there might, I haven't fully decided yet, there might be a miracle for getting the bad ending. Weirdly, you could like For 100% completion in a playthrough, you'd have to get both endings in the same playthrough, which you can do because you can. Well, it depends actually. Can you do that? That's the big decision with the bad ending. Really, is like, does it just kill off your run? Is it like game over? It's game over, man. Is it just game over? Or can you actually come back from it? It definitely trivializes it a lot if you can. Depending on how we do it, actually. If it put you back to the... That's a funny idea. It puts you back to the beginning. I would do that, actually. And it's definitely better, isn't it? We want people to be able to keep playing. When you think about it, that's like the most important thing. Is to keep them playing. For God's sake, just keep them playing. So if you get the bad ending and it's like, oh, you could totally get the good ending still, but it puts you back to the very beginning of the game and you have to play through all of the levels again and try to redeem yourself or whatever and get the good ending. That's how we would have to do it. Yeah. I don't know what the miracle from the bad ending would be right now. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that you would get anything good or useful from the bad ending, really. Because it's the bad ending. But yeah, that's probably... I should write that down because I might actually forget because it's going to be a long time before I'm actually working on the endings. I think it's important that I get all of the content all the way up to that point done first because that's the content you'll experience first. Yeah. Okay. It's like so the bad ending has the return portal to level 1, and in a sense it's just a different version of the good ending now. It's all coming together. It's all starting to make a lot of sense. Because the good ending contains a return portal to all of the previous levels, so you can actually return to any level that you want. The idea is essentially the good ending is heaven, right? The bad ending is hell. So the good ending is that you've entered a completely liberated state, right? Where you have eternal life and abundance, and you can freely reincarnate into any world of your choosing to live out as many lives as you want. And the miracle that you unlock in the good ending is rapture. And at any point in time, you can rapture everybody back to heaven once you've got that miracle. The bad ending is just hell, and there is nothing there except for a portal that takes you back to the beginning of the game. That saves me a lot of work, really. We could try and force you to unlock that portal as well, but that's not really what return portals are. That's a very interesting idea, and I would have to modify, because the return portals right now are designed in such a way that they... Well, that's not true. As long as the data exists in memory, you can throw any level into a return portal and it will send you there. Actually, I don't think that's even... No, it doesn't even need to exist. I think you can even go through a return portal if you were somehow, because I told it to. If you were to go through a return portal to a level that you'd never actually been to before, it would just generate a new level like it does when you go through the regular portal. Because that's a separate system that just works like that, basically. So anyway, the good ending, it would just be like 10 portals, one for each level, and I just need to figure out a way. Because right now it's like a global variable called previous level or something that just stores whatever level you were in previously and gets updated every time you go to the next level. It just remembers which level you were in before. So I just need to find a way of modifying the return portal so that multiple return portals can exist and they each take you to a specific level rather than the previous level. That would be the modification that needs to happen to that system. Hey, Off-Grid, how's it going? Welcome back. Good to see you. So we basically have the ending planned out now. That was unexpected. That's good. Yeah, I'm still designing the game as I go. It's on the fly for sure. I'm not really working on anything right now. We've sort of done it all, which is good in a way, but it just means I'm floating around in limbo, coming up with ideas for the ending of the game, apparently. But that's good too. That's good too. Eureka! Your scientists have come up with a new ride. Oh, wait. Upgrade. That's good too. Yeah, that one's permanently burned into my brain. So yeah, we figured out the ending. That is good. So, what else will there be? I think... I have no idea. I have no idea, actually. Now is not the time, but we can put volcanoes in the game before too long. I really don't think this is the time to be adding, so I'm supposed to be like getting a nice build finished up for this playtest, not adding volcanoes. I was trying to think about it recently. How would you do that? Because it's supposed to like shoot fire and like rain fire bombs, or what are they called? Lava bombs? Magma bombs? What are they called? Lava bombs, I think. Down on everything. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. When do you plan on starting your playtest? That's an unintentional Quake reference I'm realizing now, because the lava in Quake shoots lava bombs as well. 1 month, nice. 1 month as in like end of next month, or end of this month, or sort of beginning of next month. What is this? Oh. End of this month. Excellent. Okay, we're both going to be going into our first playtest at the same time. What a coincidence. Very cool. Very cool. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on it myself. I like the look of your game. I think, you know, I think I would enjoy it. Yeah. I have a feeling that it's the type of game I would enjoy. I have to say I was getting, no, I don't have Steam Deck, sorry. Yeah, I was watching Grog's stream the other day, and he was making like pixel art icons for different items that you can get in his game. And I was like, oh, give me those sweet, sweet items, baby. That's one thing that you don't get as in a GodSIM. You don't get that sense of like acquiring loot, you know. There's none of that. Interesting. Interesting. That's definitely, it made me realize like that's what's addictive about MMOs and shit. I mean, I've put some hours into WoW, let's just say. And it's, that's a big part of it for sure. Those sweet, sweet upgrades. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have that here. It's interesting, because I really like that. I don't know. I'm not really... It's very strange. The game that I'm making is not necessarily a game I would play. I'm sure I would. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I'm more making it because I want to make it than... We do have resources, I suppose. Maybe I'm just immune to it. Yeah, they do gather resources, but it's not the same as being a character in an RPG and acquiring, you know, upgrades, acquiring the... I don't know. I can't think of a good example. Some sort of epic ring or something, you know? It doesn't have the same feeling. But this is exactly what I was saying earlier as well, and it's why we absolutely need the playtest now, because I've begun to realize that I can no longer be trusted. Like, I have no idea how this game plays or like what it even is, because I'm like too close to it or something, you know? I just don't even know anymore. I don't know if it's good. I don't know like what it is. So it's imperative at this point that I see I see it through other people's eyes. It's really important, because it would be very hard for me to even continue, because it's almost like I'm blind to it, you know? Now. It's very weird. Yeah, it's going to be really cool. I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to keep it inside of like the GameMaker community and the Twitch GameMaker community, because that only makes sense at this stage. But got several streamers who've said they'll play it, and then we'll open it up to more people, non-streamers and stuff after that. That should be a good way of like, you know, if Grog streams his playtest and then it's like, and yeah, you can join the playtest now, that should get like eyes on it and stuff. That would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, it's... And also, like, I don't know, I'm a power gamer, I'm like a min-maxer. It's almost impossible for me to not play the game perfectly, but I realize most people won't play it like that at all. They will make completely different decisions that I can't predict, you know? It's like if you've ever DM'd a game of Dungeons and Dragons, you might as well throw all of your prep out the window in the first 5 minutes, because nobody's going to do anything that you expected them to do. I've never quite, you know, I've DM'd some games, but I've never quite gotten that. Like, there's a style of prepping, there's a style of DMing where it's like you have fully embraced that. And you're able, it's like efficient in a way, because you're able to absolutely not waste time even like thinking about things. You just like switch your brain off. You know, because I'm always like, I'm like trying to balance every encounter and like consider every eventuality, which is exhausting, really. Whereas you sort of have to accept, okay, I have no idea how the players are going to handle this situation or approach this challenge, so I'm just going to make it, and I don't even think about like, and stuff. It's something I noticed when I was doing level design for Reflex Arena. I got into Reflex Arena like pretty heavily, and was like studying all of the old CPMA maps, because I became like obsessed with 1v1 arena balancing. How do you balance the perfect 1v1 arena for like Quake, essentially? And I went down the rabbit hole, and every map that I made got worse. The more I learned and understood about balance, the worse they got, for some reason. Because I was able to like consider everything instead of just like making something cool and just going on vibes. And then like there's a certain amount of magic that just happens when you approach something that way. I mean, you think about Quake itself and how it's like the perfect speed run. It's the ultimate speed game. And that was a complete accident. And they didn't even like think about rocket jumping particularly, or I mean, I have my doubts on that now. I wonder, because people always say, "Oh, we," like I swear people say that, or I've heard that in an interview with John Romero or something. Like, "Oh, we didn't even think rocket jumping was going to be a thing." But there's a level in Quake where you need to rocket jump to reach a secret. So they must have thought about it. It's in there. It's only one, which is very very cool in a way. Part of when I would design levels, not just for Duel, but for arena FPS in general, even single player, is that there must be an accessible way to reach everything. I never did much any rocket jumping in TF2, really. Yeah. Played a lot of Quake, though. But it is interesting to break that rule, and I do break that rule in my Dusk map, Chapel of the Damned, actually. Normally I'd be like, okay, every secret needs to be accessible to every skill level of player, so nobody's excluded. But in rare scenarios, I think it's actually okay. But it shouldn't be the norm. But yeah, I was definitely a divisive figure in the Reflex community because of my obsession with map balance. People would get upset, right? Because I'd think, here's me, you know, I think I'm helping or something. I'm like, oh, your map is actually imbalanced because of this particular spawn configuration or some shit, you know, and it's like I think I'm being helpful or something, and it just pisses people off because I'm like, your map sucks, bro. Basically, is how they interpret it. So yeah. But it didn't help me at the end of the day. Like, my first map, when I knew the least about it, was my best map, and everything after that got worse the more I thought about it. Very strange. So yeah, you've got to like go on vibes quite a lot. Yeah. Even I noticed that over the course of making a map as well, because it's hard not to fall into that habit. Like, I go in with some idea. Usually I come up with maps in my dreams. I'll be dreaming that I'm like speedrunning some Dusk map or some Quake map or something, and I'm like, oh, I wake up, I'm like, oh shit, that would be a good map. And then I make them. And it's like good at the beginning because I'm going on vibes. It's just this thing I dreamt up, and then I start getting lost in the source, and I'm like, oh, but what, you know, it's like, okay, and then I start thinking about how we're going to balance it, and then I lose the plot again, you know, because I'm not just going on vibes and making something cool and having fun with it. I'm like having a freaking aneurysm trying to analyze it. You know, the algorithms are floating around, and yeah, it gets really bad. It's difficult. It's difficult not to do that. Go in my head. Music is great practice for me for that, because it's like the harder I think about it, the more I try and figure out the song with my mind, the less I understand what's going on, because I have to like get into my body and like feel the music, man, you know. It's almost spiritual, bro. Alright, what are we doing? I deleted my save. I would finish that playtest if I didn't delete my save. It's annoying. Oh shit. It doesn't even compile. What have I done? We're like missing a bracket or something in here now. Oh, what? Is it just that I never close this one? That's probably it. I should really compile with YYC if that was a good jam. That's probably my best one yet. Oh man. Slowly but surely improving. I've been playing those albums for years, and I'm still discovering new stuff about them, like, constantly. I'm just gonna keep playing them until I can do it. It's gonna take like 10 years, but I'm just gonna do it. Why not? I enjoy it. Earthless, San Diego-based power trio. Isaiah Mitchell, Mario Rubalcaba, and Mike Eggington. Yeah. You got it. That was From the Ages, the title track, actually. I played through Sonic Prayer and From the Ages yesterday. The other one I usually play is that double album with Harsh Toke, Acid Crusher, and Mount Swan. The first album I listened to from them was Rhythms from a Cosmic Sky. Brain Fluid introduced me to them. He kind of like got me. First, he got me into like Doom and stuff, but then he also was like, you know what this guy will like? Psych rock. And he was right. He was absolutely correct. And yeah, so that was it. I mean, the Grateful Dead were my first love, really. Like, my first acid trip, not my first, one of my early acid trips, I listened to a playlist with all like the classic, you know, all the 60s psychedelic music and stuff. And I got into the Grateful Dead for years, and then discovered Fish eventually. People would like, people would be like, oh, you're that guy, you'd love Fish, and I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good with the Grateful Dead things. I'm fine. And then I finally listened to Fish one day, and my jaw was on the floor. You know, I was like, "This is it, man. I'm home. I found my people." But I really like Earthless and My Sleeping Karma as well. Two of my oh my god, the fucking fishing spots are still bright red. What am I doing? I want none. There. Yeah, I was just wondering if like unticking visible has some beneficial effect, or whether just having an invisible sprite is enough. Because technically my... See, I also, I wonder, like, I mean... I guess it will still use the dimensions of the sprite, even though it's not... They just don't run the draw event. I guess that's a small optimization then, even if there's nothing in the draw event, just not running it is probably better still. I just want to, it still needs to know the sprite coordinates, and I'm assuming it does, the sprite dimensions. I think that was the hang up that I had, where I was a bit worried that it could break something, but it's probably fine. If it's like you say, it literally just does not run the draw event, and that's the only thing it does, then it's fine. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that makes sense. Getting pretty hungry here. I might just go throw something in the oven in a sec. Yeah, so we have like spots for 3 more options potentially on the radial menu without having to like modify and like, you know, change the layout. And I thought that was pretty fitting, because if I was going to add 3 more constructs, if I was going to add more constructs, 3 would be a pretty great number of constructs to add. Like the guard tower, the armory, and the torch, or something like that. Quickly, get the tents down. Oh my god. What was that? The hunters encountered a bear down here. This is why I usually go for a group of 5. It's because they can fend for themselves pretty well as long as they don't get split up. They do hunt in groups, as you can see. They like party up, and there's all different rules for that, like when they can join the party and things. So occasionally a couple of hunters will get left behind and they'll just be wandering around camp waiting. But I like that. It makes it more realistic. Yeah, because they were much less effective when they would. Were they? Well, maybe not that much. I do prefer that they hunt in a group, mainly for the realism of like, well, obviously they would hunt together. But it was done for the wolves first. The wolves hunt in packs, and the hunters still hunted solo, so they'd all just wander off in some random direction. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Just a little bear attack, nothing to worry about. Oh my god, what is even going on? Yeah, they do this, and I'm not quite sure why. They wind up like getting sandwiched between the camp and the edge of map, or between the humans and the edge of the map, and they wind up running up and down the coast. The pathfinding, the waypoint spawner tries to spawn. I think it wants to drink from this stream, so it's going to keep coming back. The waypoint spawner like spawns the waypoint in the opposite direction of the nearest threat. But of course that could mean that it's like trying to spawn it in the ocean or something, so it has like a failsafe where the cone gets wider and wider after a certain amount of failed attempts. Yeah, we didn't even have any healers yet. Yeah, the trees that was a stupid place to put the tent. That's good, I should be making all of the mistakes. Oh, come on. Oh, there's a tree stump back there, I couldn't see that. You didn't used to be able to move tree stumps. We didn't have tree stumps for like the first 2 years, because who can justify spending time on something purely aesthetic like that? But we got them eventually, and it is really nice. Just that it kind of sort of leaves a mark. It's like the humans can leave a mark on the world by chopping down these trees. And eventually we're going to make it so that the skeletons persist permanently as well for any creatures that die, because that's how skeletons work. It's just right now they fade out. We got a lot of worshippers. I mean, yeah. This is just me. But then again, fishers would be really strong in this scenario. We're right on the coast. Once we got everything built, but my god, I am rapidly accumulating power with this many worshippers. We are going to need a couple. We're going to need, yeah, probably two. Oh, this stream was even closer. Why didn't I go for that one? I didn't notice it. I should have put the store on this side of camp. See, this is how my brain works. Most players are not even going to think about that stuff. They're just going to, like, enjoy the game. Which is exactly what we want. I've got to turn everything into a... Oh, I got an error. Okay. That's good. What? Cells melee. What are they trying to... Oh, it does cause an issue if you don't... Oh, so... Right, it does actually cause an issue. Because apparently when setting an object... When unflagging it as visible, it doesn't even have a sprite. So... RIP. It was trying to, like, reference the sprite of the waypoint object. This is exactly what I was saying, like, it needs to know the dimensions of the sprite. And to know the dimensions of the sprite, it needs a sprite. So what was the other one? It hasn't proven to be an issue with... Well, I didn't make any fissures, did I? But it was already like that before, and it was working fine. Oh, because it never had a sprite to begin with. So these ones we aren't worried about. Okay. Okay. Well, good job I checked. And, well, now we can start a new playthrough and actually build the store in the right place. Yeah, like when Mr. D-Boy tested the game, he was like building a ring of trees around his camp and stuff, and I was like, why would anyone do what? You know, I would never have thought of that in a million years. These are just the things players do. There is, I think I still have a note somewhere that just says you can fill the entire map with trees, which you can. You can fill the entire map with trees if you want, and completely break the game, because nobody will be able to path anywhere. So, wait, can you? No, I think I looked into it. You can't, because it doesn't allow you to place trees too close to other trees or something like that. Yeah. Because I have that all set up so that you can't, like, block the entrance to a tent with something, or block access to the campfire or something like that. And that was very important from the beginning, because GameMaker's pathfinding always struggled so much to actually find paths successfully. So my way of dealing with that was to scan for all of the available adjacent cells to the object that you're pathing to in a counterclockwise direction, and put them in an array, and then attempt to path to the nearest one, and then just go counterclockwise around. If it fails to path to the first one, just do the next one, the next one, the next one. until it successfully finds a path. I think if it fails at pathing to every single free adjacent cell, they then do repositioning, where they will stop pathing and then path one cell to the right or something, and then start the process over again. So it's like, okay, I couldn't path to any of them, let me move one cell and try again. But I think they might have improved their pathfinding now. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I really don't know. Because I haven't disabled that system to find out how bad it is. Right, where are we at this time? Okay, we have a couple of little streams. Well, this one's probably the better one because I can get the entrance closer to it. Yeah, the pressure is on kind of at the beginning if you start the game in not on Beginner Island, if you start in the Temperate Forest. Because sometimes you can just get a bad spawn and there's like a bunch of wolves or a bear right next to you, and then before you've managed to make any guards or anything, everybody dies. Right. That's the problem, is that I am using literally the largest room size that GameMaker can handle, and I have a lot of objects on the grid as well. GameMaker was not really intended to make this type of game, I don't feel. I wouldn't recommend it. After my experience of working on this game, I would say if you're going to make some sort of colony simulation, probably choose a different engine. I think I've proven that it can be done, but whether it should be done is an entirely different question. Okay. I'm smart, you see, so I build all of the tents far away from the fire so they don't set on fire. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Let them burn their tents down. I mean, it's logical. That's the thing. It's like, there are those players, and I'm not one of them. I think in terms of, like, game rules and stuff. But other players will be like, oh, I should, you know, there's probably someone out there who's like, oh, I better not place my tents too close to the campfire because that'll catch fire. Because they would assume that's how it would be in real life, right? Whereas most of us, speak for yourself, man. Come on. Whereas I am always like, oh, you know, would the developer have put that in? Probably not, because it's extra effort, so it probably doesn't work like that. And 99% of the time, that's probably true, but simulations are probably kind of the exception. Well, we are pretty screwed here. I don't know how this has happened, but it is not good. It is not good at all. Gotcha. We lost one hunter to this roving band of wolves. God damn it. Now I have to unlock Resurrection. Please tell me it's close. I didn't have any useful miracles to use in that scenario. Okay, Resurrection is over there. We can get that. Okay, shall we just... let's get an extra hunter as soon as one of them died. Okay. I still have 4 ungifted humans that I could be using. There's one left somewhere. I think they might be next to the campfire and I can't see them. Oh, there they are. Right, so... Thankfully it looks like a fairly safe one to go for, and it's still early, so the wolves aren't going to be out hunting yet. They hunt like once every 5 days, roughly. But of course that can get a little bit offset later. They all start with their hunger maxed out at the beginning of a new game, but as they hunt in subgroups, or whatever you would say, they hunt in smaller hunting parties, not necessarily the entire pack at once, although it can be the entire pack at once. So they get a little bit, their hunger sort of gets a little bit offset from each other sometimes, and they could be hunting multiple nights in a row or something like that. So, yeah, it's interesting. You know, I often say this game writes itself. A lot of it is just based on nature. And, you know, it's just like wolves. They hunt in packs, and they hunt, you know, when they get hungry every however many days or whatever. And so it just kind of, interestingly, it just works out where, like, you get about a week or 5 days of in-game time to establish camp and everything at the start before you have to worry about the roving wolves and stuff. You know, and that wasn't something where I was thinking about, oh, that would be a good way of, like, balancing it or whatever. It just kind of worked out like that because that's how wolves work. But when I realized that, it was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool moment. And now, since I added sleep deprivation, getting your tents built and everything is a much higher priority. There was almost no incentive to do it before, and it was a problem that I never thought of a solution to until I accidentally stumbled upon the solution in the form of sleep deprivation, where after 72 hours without sleep, the humans take twice as long to perform their tasks until they are able to sleep for 12 hours to remove the debuff. And, you know, that would include unlocking shrines as well. It includes everything. One funny thing is that it takes twice as long to cook your food if you're sleep deprived. How does that work? It doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, everything takes twice as long. And to get to the next level, you've got to unlock the portal stones to open the portal, which will take twice as long if your worshippers are sleep deprived. So now there's a big incentive to actually build the camp, which is great because, yeah, previously I'd probably leave and go to the next level before I'd even finished building camp a lot of the time. Okay, that explains it. But there's still that window where you could, like, rush the portal stones at the beginning and try to get to level 2 or even level 3. I'm thinking, like, speedrun strats now, you know, because as a recovering speedrun addict, that's just how my brain works. So I'll be very interested to see what the speedrun winds up looking like. The achievements I'm really excited for as well, because the achievements are all basically, not all of them, but a lot of them are like different play styles, which I think is a really fun type of achievement. Can you beat the game without building a single tent? So the nomad achievement. Can you beat the game as a vegetarian? Or as a pescatarian at least? You know, stuff like that. Where it's like these little self-imposed challenges, I think are really fun achievements. Can you beat the game without killing anything? Total pacifist run. Which would also have to be a vegetarian run. Although, does eating fish count as killing something? Yes, it does. What are you talking about? Fish are alive? Okay. So. Yeah. I tend not to focus on, like, probably what the interesting stuff is as well. Like, here we have some hunters harvesting. It would be cool to watch them take down a deer or something, wouldn't it? But I've like, fully checked out at this point. I'm like the worst person to be showing off the game, unfortunately. Yeah, I've played it to death. Okay, we're gonna get it. There we go. Miracle Resurrection. We can get our fallen hunter resurrected as soon as I have 2,500 power to do so. These guys are gonna get warm by the fire. I could consider using some of my existing power to get some of these tents built quicker. There we go. Maybe not the best idea when we've got somebody who needs resurrecting, but it's too late now. There's no refunds. This is a pretty easy one. Smite. Smite is basically useless. It only really becomes useful if we can expand the sphere of influence, because, well, I can only smite my own humans if if the sphere of influence isn't big enough to smite anything else. But it's got to be in there. It's like, it's really a useless miracle, but I think you have to be able to smite things in a god game. Otherwise, something's gone terribly wrong. I think it might have been the first miracle I ever made, actually. Yeah, pretty sure it was. Okay, we got our first tent built here. Oh. We're gonna see some action. No, they spooked all of the deer. Yeah, they do make, like, stealth checks and stuff. It used to be that the animals would always be spooked by like any human that they saw, because that just makes sense, right? But I had to change it eventually because, like, the deer would get, so if one deer gets spooked, it spooks all of the surrounding deer as well, because as soon as one of them bolts, they're all gonna bolt, right? And then they would, like, run across the map, but they would, like, run into a wolf den or something and get spooked again, and then scatter, and it just, like, was like a pinball table of everything constantly bouncing around the screen and never stopping. And I realized that we were going to have to basically have our Disney princess moment and make it so that the animals will actually come right up to the humans. The only time they're really scared of humans is if the humans are actively hunting them. Or the only time they're scared of anything is if they're actively being hunted by it. Yeah. It's just kind of how it had to be. Which is definitely weird, because we have a herd of deer literally sleeping in camp right now. It's nice. It is nice on the one hand. But also it's a bit odd. Yeah, come to think of it, we should have a couple of water bearers, probably. Although, oh yeah, I can still have 9 worshippers if I do a couple of water bearers. And 9 is enough for 3 groups of 3, and that's how many worshippers we need to unlock stuff right now. Oh shit. I got an error again and I did not save. It's the same error, so it's again invalid reference to sprite. Huh, I wonder what they're doing. Step event 0. Cells melee in SC pathing. It's probably the fishing spots, isn't it? Yep. Yep, that's what it is. They did have sprites before. God damn it, dude. No, yeah, no, that is the right one. You know what? I don't think it needs to be visible. I think the error that we were getting was because it didn't have a sprite set and it used to, and I just forgot and removed it. So I'm beginning to think that it wasn't the waypoint, and the waypoint doesn't need to be visible, and that I was mistaken. Sorely mistaken. Third time's the charm. Let's see if we can get a playtest going. Yeah, another part of it is that, yeah, it was probably like trying to look at sprite index. Or something, one of those sprite functions. Another part of it is that I'm constantly starting from the beginning of the game again, and it would probably be a lot more interesting if I was actually playing some of the other levels, because they are different climates, different biomes, not different animals yet, because I haven't made them. But it would be... Jesus, okay, we got a really pretty unlucky spawn here. We're really far away from all the streams. Okay, we're just gonna have to deal. Don't know what it is, but I only want male carpenters and female hunters. That's just my preference. The sphere of influence here is a question. It's a sprite. It is a sprite, and I am modifying its alpha to give it like the pulsating effect. Yeah. Originally, the idea for it came from a particle effect where it was just a 1 pixel ellipse that was rising up and fading out. But it created this effect when I, spawned them at a rate of 1 per step with a movement of 1 pixel per step, because it became like this solid glowing boundary or barrier, and I was like, that's really cool. And I don't need to use like 100 particles if I just draw it. So I actually sat there in the sprite editor for hours going 1 pixel at a time and slightly reducing the alpha each time and drawing this ridiculous sprite. That was, you could say, one of my early optimizations, where I realized, like, we don't need to use this many particles if I draw it. And yeah, we probably actually have a few extra FPS thanks to thanks to me. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'll do. I don't know, I am definitely insane. There's something wrong with me. Because I'm always like, oh, I can't justify spending any time on aesthetics, you know, we've got to do all of the functionality first. But let me sit here for 6 hours and draw this ridiculous sprite. Yeah, my justification was definitely the performance gain, though. You know, if there's a reason, I can do it. I always say the only way that anything makes it into the game is out of necessity. It's extremely rare that I add something that doesn't absolutely need to be there. That was probably one of the first times I did that was when I implemented the ability to drown the humans in the ocean. I just went off the rails one day and I was like, fuck it, we're drowning them. Okay. Luckily it didn't. Luckily it was a performance gain. But yeah, I can see that how it that might be the case, or it could have been the case. Yeah, I haven't really looked into that. I know that eventually I need to only load up the sounds that we're using in the current level. And then there's probably something as well with, but then again, well, a lot of the textures appear in all of the levels, but yes, there will eventually be textures that there already are, just not that many. It's pretty much just the tile sets at the minute, and a couple of other things, like in the desert you get peyote buttons instead of mushrooms. There's a couple of other sprite swaps like that. You don't get streams in the desert, you get oases. 3. I still have 3 ungifted humans. We're gonna want like 2 water bearers at least. Probably 3 water bearers. Like, fuck it. Let's do 3 water, because we're so far away from the frickin'. Do we even have a drummer? No, I made a drum, but we have no drummer. Okay. This is where it starts getting tricky, because I won't be able to get my 3 groups of worshippers if I sacrifice one of them to be a drummer. That's fine. It means I can unlock 2 things simultaneously while still having 2 worshippers back at camp, providing me with power. More power. Expansion stones. We've got a couple of easy oh, actually there's wolves right there. We've got 1 expansion stone that looks easy to get, and another one, and a portal stone. That was really hard, getting the worshippers to like split into different groups and unlock different things simultaneously. Not as hard as getting the carpenters to work. The carpenters are the real MVPs. They have insane logic to get them to like prioritize all of their different tasks correctly, and then like, you know, gather firewood during downtime if there's nothing to do. Like, something might still need building, but they're waiting on the resources, so they could be gathering firewood during downtime and everything. That was all extremely difficult. And it's been refactored, like, I'd say all of the Carpenter code has been refactored at least once, probably more. Which is great, because I didn't realize that you could use brackets inside of an if statement. So I would repeatedly check the same thing over and over again. That's the level of programming knowledge we're talking about here. So I had these, like, I could have had an if statement that was nearly 1,000 lines long at one point. You know, breaking each thing onto an individual line. But it's all good now, or it's better anyway. So, yeah. I mean, just because they're easy to get, why don't we, like, grab the expansion stones? This is a tricky one. Until we get this store built, which we will imminently, I'll use a bit of my power to get it built now. Because it really slows things down when you have to like, oh, good defense, guys. It really slows things down when they have to travel to the stream constantly to drink. It's why water bearers are so essential. Speaking of which. My water filter has been struggling to keep up these past couple of days. Which means that I'm hydrating really well, but then the problem is I run out of filtered water. I need a bigger water filter. Yeah, when I was ordering it originally, it was like perfect for a, you know, like solo for one individual, perfect. It filters all the water that you'll need for a day. Not if you're me. There's not enough water in the world to hydrate me. I don't think you understand. So yeah, I'll get a new one eventually. I forget how long the filters are even supposed to last before I'm probably coming up on needing to replace those. Not really. Appreciate the offer, but it's alright. I'm a very all or nothing kind of guy. It's like if we don't have the full 8 directions and the isometric perspective, I'm not too fussed. Oh, you can enable the, they have nameplates, but you just have to enable them. Yeah, that was Mr. D-Boy's suggestion. It was the last one. He made some really good, he gave me some really good feedback when he playtested the game, and that was the last one of his suggestions that made it in, was the actual nameplates. Oh, even the fawns are still just called deer. I would prefer it if it said fawn. No, it's not a big deal. Yeah, because like you say like bear cub, wolf pup. So I suppose technically you would say deer fawn, which sounds weird. Maybe it's an exception to the rule where you actually just say fawn. Rabbit kit as well. Baby rabbits are called kits apparently. Okay, we got the water bearers going now, so the worshippers aren't gonna have to keep leaving to drink. It's gonna help a lot with my power gain. So, look, we're all gonna be sleep deprived here in a minute anyway. Let's just get both of these. Actually, like, really soon. Because I've been kind of slacking. This is I've got to realize this is how most people will play. Most people aren't going to be like that frickin' gif of the sweaty gamer that people always put on speedruns and stuff. Yeah, it's literally everybody's going to be sleep deprived as soon as the sun comes up. Because it's been 3 days. Yep. What did I say? It's going to take them forever to unlock these things now. Kind of perfect, though. I really love it. I do. I realize, like, a lot of first-time players are still going to be figuring stuff out by this point. You know? They'll still be, like, figuring out how you even build things or whatever, if they're... especially if they're unfamiliar with the genre. And then they're going to be like, oh, everybody needs to sleep. But at least it kind of like gives you an objective in a way. Because you're like, oh, well, I got to give them a place to sleep then. So it sort of clues you in as to what you should be doing. Which is nice. Did they kill something over there? Why are you going back over there? You're just asking for trouble. They're not very bright. we can justify it by saying that, well, they are cavemen. They are like cave people, alright? Jesus Christ. They haven't learned object permanence yet. They don't realize the wolves still exist over there. They are really just determined to, like, climb into that wolf den. Yeah, but I suppose if they were too intelligent, like, you wouldn't have to keep an eye on what they were doing. The game would just completely play itself. There'd be like no point. It would just go back to being a screensaver like it was for a long time. When I, like, first 2 years or something, when I was just building up the simulation, it was basically a glorified screensaver. Okay, I guess they're not doing too bad. Yeah, it seems to take like close to a day to unlock one of these things, and so about 2 days if they're sleep deprived. I'm almost feeling like I could slow that down further, you know? It might not be a good idea. Maybe. Maybe. I'm sort of feeling like they're getting them unlocked pretty fast. Although, what was I saying the other day about never increasing the difficulty? Yeah, we probably should hold off on that until after the playtest. Yeah. But the upside to it is that we keep the player in the same map for longer. The store is on fire. That's really not good. I think I'm just going to use... Oh, is it bugged? Or is it because I built it too close to the edge? I can't actually extinguish the store. I have enough power. Definitely enough power. Oh shit. Okay. And the water bearers can't get any water out of the store because it's on fire. So they have to go to the stream. Thankfully they have the drummer buff speeding them up a bit. I think they should be able to do it because we have 3 of them. Go. Yeah. When we added the ability for the water bearers to be firefighters too, that was a really nice change. Oh, it's raining. That's going to help. That's going to help. Rain does actually extinguish fire. You can do it! Oh wow, it's actually really helping a lot. It's very heavy rain, I suppose. There we go. And so now the carpenters will use some fur to repair that. If we had any, they would. We don't. It's going to set us back a little bit on getting these tents built. I'll put some fur in there for them. Just because I kind of want to see the carpenters repairing it. That was a really nice addition as well. Because you felt helpless before, because the tent's health would be going down. Tents are also damaged by strong winds. And there was nothing you could do about it. Like, you had to wait for the tent to be completely destroyed and then rebuild it. But now, if they have fur available, they'll actually, you know, use it to patch up the tents. Whoa! Okay, that freaked me out. I was like, where's the sphere of influence gone? But we just unlocked 2 expansion stones, so now we have this massive area in which we can perform miracles. Which means I can like move these trees around. I could smite things inside of this area if I had smite unlocked. So I'm gonna want to give my... Yeah, I honestly feel like, based on the pacing of like how I kind of want the game to feel, I think we could possibly make it take longer to unlock the shrines and stuff, but I've got to be careful with that thinking. But, so, sorry, what I was trying to say is that it would be good because we would keep the players in the same level for longer, which means that you get to experience, like, the changing of the seasons and more stuff like that. Because a lot of the animals, in fact, all of the animals have seasonal behaviors, you know, like bears hibernating through the winter, and there's the rut in the spring, or whenever the hell it is that the deer are rutting. and all that stuff, and you just miss all of that, you know. And also like the deers, the wolves having pups and stuff like that. You have to kind of spend at least a year of in-game time in a level to see, like, you'll see the next generation of the animals and stuff. But yeah, you don't. It depends. It's like players probably will stick around in the levels for a lot longer. I think when Mr. D-Boy was playtesting, he did 2 levels in about 2 hours. So it was about a level an hour for a new player. Or an experienced gamer, though. I forget how long an actual in-game year is, but I don't think he made it through a year in a single map. Sorry, you probably can't see anything. I can actually use this light miracle. Yeah, and I did shorten the years a lot for that reason as well. I don't think we could go much shorter than we have now, otherwise it might seem like the seasons don't last long enough and it would just seem strange. But the pacing that I'm going for, I do want you to kind of like, you know, spend quite a bit of time in an individual level getting settled and then kind of living there for a while. Otherwise it just feels like, oh, you're just like, it's almost like, why did we even build camp if we were just going to leave so soon? It's borderline now, but I do feel like, you know, because I didn't want to just like pad it out, but that's almost exactly what that is. Just making it take longer to unlock shrines is basically just padding it out. But I'm coming around to the idea. I feel like I could justify it. I feel like I can justify it now. I think it would actually be pretty good. How are we doing on those tents? Everyone is very tired. I might just need to use a bit more of my power. Nobody's died, so I don't need to worry about saving power to resurrect anybody. It's not to say that somebody couldn't die, though. We're gaining power so slowly as well because the worshippers are sleep deprived, which makes them slower. It's so weird. I'm like so used to seeing the sphere of influence there. It looks really weird to me when it's not there. And it gets even bigger than this. Yeah, they didn't really used to it. The expansion stones didn't really used to increase the size of the sphere of influence very much. But I buffed them because I would never even unlock them. I would always just skip them. So I thought, well, if we make them more useful, then that's at least going to incentivize people to use them a bit more, I guess. I still haven't... There's probably some way that it, like, completely breaks the game that I just haven't thought of yet. Hopefully we're good. The reason the sphere of influence was introduced in the first place, like I say, things only make it into the game out of necessity. Because when we didn't have a sphere of influence, you could just pick up all of the wolves at the beginning and convert them into meat and fur by dropping them into the store, for example. And it really just trivialized everything. So it was necessary to put some sort of a limit on that. But yeah, this wolf den here seems close enough that if I keep expanding the sphere of influence, I'll be able to reach it. Which is fine. Especially now that we have the conservation meter and you're actually disincentivized from killing things. Although we seem to be doing very well at the minute, which probably means the rabbits have been reproducing as they are known to do. There's probably a bunch of baby rabbits in like one of these warrens. That's why the conservation meter has gone back up. And I think I went back and forth on it for a while. I think that is how it should work, because that's like... that makes sense, right? If the animal populations are doing well, then you're conserving them. But at one point I was thinking it's a bit confusing that it just goes up randomly, and it's hard to make the connection that it's because there are animals being born somewhere in the world. You can't even see it happening, but it's happening. And so I thought maybe it should be tied exclusively to player actions so that the player can make that correlation more easily of like, oh, this goes up when I do this and it goes down when I do this. I'm still a little bit like I'm sort of 60-40 towards keeping it as it is now. It would be a much harder game as well if the only way to raise your conservation score is with miracles. But like I said, it's kind of unrealistic, isn't it? Because in real life, it's like it's all about ensuring those animal populations are sustained. Yeah, so it probably will stay like it is now, but I'm not 100%. And that's the thing that determines whether you get the good ending or the bad ending. Right now, it's if it drops below 50%. Not if it just drops below 50% like any time during your playthrough, but if you beat the last level with it below 50%. So it's about just trying to keep your conservation score up by the time that you reach the end of the game. You could just be terrible the entire way through and then just like plant a forest in the final level or something and you'd be fine. So I don't know, it might need some work. I don't know. Maybe diminishing returns on like the I don't know how I would do it. It's not a big deal. The only reason for the multiple endings is because I watched some like GDC talk or something where someone was like, oh, if you don't have multiple endings then the player's choices feel meaningless. It's actually a really good idea to have multiple endings. And I was like, okay, I can probably manage at least 2 endings, I guess, just so there's some sort of weight to your decisions, or a little bit more weight to your decisions beyond just surviving. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the talk. It was a while ago now, but yeah, I can definitely see the point. It's like your decisions matter because if you make the right decisions, you will get to the end of the game. You will win. You will beat the game. But it's like, if it's always the same outcome, did they really matter? I mean, yes, in one sense, but also, yeah, I see the point. And it just works. It just fits nicely with the kind of theme of the game. Fits with the whole sort of God thing, because we have heaven and hell, and it fits with the whole nature thing because it's about conservation. Oh, that's cool. So you like side with a particular faction. That's definitely an interesting approach, yeah. Yeah, Grog and Taraka, well, Grog was talking about Taraka's game Hit Idle the other day, and how depending on the choices that you make, you don't get to experience certain character interactions, like certain parts of the story or certain dialogue. And he made the point that the game is actually better for that. It's better having not experienced it and knowing you could have experienced it versus experiencing everything. And that makes sense. Yeah, there's kind of nothing like that in this game. Unless you choose to skip something, there's no content that everybody isn't going to see. Yeah. And it definitely makes the game feel shallower as a result, for sure. because it's like it's all just right there. It's all just out on display. I don't know. I don't know. That it's hard. It's hard. It's a god game. You're like an omnipotent being. You're aware of everything. You know. So it almost wouldn't fit the power fantasy. So maybe this is a genre that doesn't really support that very well. I mean, and that's why it's just naturally kind of happened that way, because it doesn't fit the character that you're playing. Almost the character knows everything. The character literally created the world. That's one of the things I like about the game, is that you're already playing the game before you've even started the game, because you're the one that creates the world by starting a new game, which is like your first godlike act. Tons of power accumulating. I don't... Oh, they've been doing okay with fur. So my worshippers are not sleep deprived anymore. Everyone's doing great. I think it could be time to get Divine Protection unlocked. And we have Smite over here, why not? We'll get these two. Oh yeah, I'd better put something in the oven or I'm gonna regret it, aren't I? I'm gonna be real hungry real soon, I imagine. So, I'm just gonna run downstairs, throw some sweet potatoes in the oven, I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Okay, it should take like 20 minutes for those to cook. I can throw some burgers in there. And we'll be good. I keep forgetting to defrost the burgers because I've switched back to using my unending supply of frozen burgers. But it's good to get them. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's weird. When my routine gets thrown off, I have a really hard time with that, and I'll do stupid stuff like just not use food that I have in the the freezer because it's like, but that wasn't the plan. It doesn't make any sense. But I'm using them up now because I need to save a bit of money at the moment, and that's a great way of doing it. Stop buying burgers when you've got them. I did not bring a drink. What are you doing? Oh, they just happen to be standing there. Alright, we got another tent finished. Almost got enough power bank to resurrect somebody if I need to. So it's just this divine intervention miracle left, and the rest of the portal stones to get to the next level. One there, right next to those wolves, and this one up here, just beyond this aggressive bear. I wonder if... No, it must be. It must be affected by sleep deprivation, right? I don't know, I just thought we unlocked those expansion stones very quickly despite the worshippers being sleep deprived, which is what made me think it could be slower. We could make it take longer. And like I said, I think it would just fit the pacing of the game kind of better in a way. It takes longer. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it's something I should do before the playtest, and then we would see if we get feedback like it takes way too long to unlock these shrines. Oh, this guy's become sleep deprived, or maybe even two of them. No, I think it's just one. That one. Can I, like, well, yeah, I mean, I can. If I, for example, assign him to be something different, like a carpenter, then one of the other worshippers will replace him, and then I can set him back to being a worshipper again. And he's actually going to bed now, because he's not been assigned to unlock something. Pro tip. Yeah, I don't actually know how long it takes. It is less than a day though, right, to get one of these things unlocked? Gotta think, like, because they ignore their needs whilst they're doing it, right? We wouldn't want it to take so long that they, like, die of thirst. That wouldn't be very good. But I think we probably still have some wiggle room where we can make it take longer before we get anywhere near to that. That would be the major thing to worry about. And I still haven't done it, but I think miracle water should probably replenish their thirst as well, just so you have an additional use for that miracle. Although it might be difficult to cast it on them when they're all stacked up like that. That is one. But there's nothing stopping you from spreading them out, I suppose. The rain is really coming down. I'm sure they would appreciate some more shelters right about now. Oh, there we go. Let's get them out of the rain if we can. Alright, so we have Divine Protection, and now we have Smite. Please be careful, guys. I would just go back. I would just go back if I were you. Whoa, a bear just took down a deer. You have to use your imagination, but that's what just happened. Right, okay. Well, this one's seeming like a fairly safe bet right now. I'll wait until my worshippers are kind of recovered a little bit. Yeah, but I certainly think, like, you know, with good graphics and sound, the game could be pretty good even in its current state, even in its current form. The storm has passed. Can't get all of my worshippers to be like fully replenished at the same time. Should be good in a second here, I think. We should be about ready to go. Good enough. It's so weird when they don't have the drummer buff. Oh, it has selected one who is both hungry and thirsty. I'm not really feeling that. Yeah, I don't think it has something where it like prioritizes the ones that aren't hungry and stuff. I think it literally just kind of selects from the top of a list. And because they ignore their needs when unlocking something, they're basically classed as being ready or available, even if they are hungry and thirsty. Ultimately, I would like them to like march around the thing in a circle. Be pretty sweet. I actually get a chance to time it now. So we just started like, holy shit, what's happening? It was kind of like early morning. What time was it? I feel like they started doing this at like 5 in the morning or something. Yeah, delta time compensation is really cool. Like, obviously, I don't really get the benefits of it, but it's nice to think that if someone plays this on a low-spec machine or something, it's still going to be fine. I'm going to say it takes, like, roughly 24 hours to get one of these things unlocked. 24 hours of in-game time. This kind of feels something. We're about halfway and it's been about 12 hours, so maybe we double it so it's like 48 hours to get one unlocked. They still won't die of thirst in that time or anything like that. It's gonna be much harder to keep them alive in later levels or even just in winter, for example, when they could die of hypothermia. But there are you know, things that you can do. I don't want to give it away, but there's ways. You know, you just have to think creatively. Yeah, I kind of like that idea too, because it's you know, some players might be like, oh, it's winter, you know, I can't send my worshippers out there, they'll freeze to death. But then if they figure out like a way to do it, it's going to be quite a rewarding moment. I think it'd be quite cool. Plus, like I say, I just think I think the pacing will be better, and we'll get them to like, hey bro, how's it going? Hope you had a great 4th of July. Oh, we are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. Oh my god. Now the wolves are fighting each other. Disable it. Disable it. Straight into the ads. That's what we like to see. Okay, is our boy going to get some healing here? I'm assuming so. Oh my goodness, there's another roving band of wolves right there. Steady. Okay, yeah, they're going to get some heals when they get back to camp. All good. Yeah, it was just so happened that this was a night where the wolves decided to go out hunting. That's what I mean. I like that. I like how you kind of have to learn the rhythms. The rhythm of nature. And like when the wolves are going to be out hunting and stuff. And knowing that the bears hibernate during winter, you're like, oh, we don't need to worry about bears. It's cool. It's going great, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling good. We're in a good spot right now. I'm running out of stuff to do, which is a good sign. It means we're really honing in on a solid build here. So I'm not sure if these wolves would have had a successful hunt or not. This one got killed off by the other wolves. Well, I'm not saying I don't have a lot to do, but for the playtest at least, we almost have a build ready. I'm definitely in a sort of a winding down mode so that I can shift gears when the playtest starts. I'm going to be like putting together a pitch deck and approaching publishers whilst accumulating feedback from the playtest and doing a little bit of like social media side of things. I guess I might do a devlog and put some posts out and then bits and bobs, you know. Alright, I've got to throw a couple of burgers in the oven for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. The left shade of green on the trees, yeah. Well, it's all going to be replaced. They're all just placeholders, so it'll be fine in the end when somebody who actually like understands color theory and stuff does the graphics. None of this is final. Not even the human sprites that I've been spending so much time on. I think those will need at least touching up by somebody who knows what they're doing, or probably replacing it completely, let's be honest. But I wanted them for the playtest so that you don't have to memorize the color-coded cubes. You can actually tell who's who, because that really does enhance playability. Even though normally I'm like, I can't possibly justify any sort of polish or aesthetics stuff when there's so much like necessary functionality to be implemented. But in this case, I could justify it for sure. We're far enough along in development that I could justify it. I've still got a couple of left to do. We'll speed up that time. You mean like almost as like a piece of concept art for them to base something off of, or possibly just polishing it up? Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that I've got most of them. I still have to do the burritos and the children, but I've got most of them done in time to show them to Jonas when he produces the Steam capsule art, so he'll have something to go off of. Yeah. I don't know if we're even going to have animations. Again, that would depend on talent/funding. You know, a lot of Colony Sims don't have animations because of how, there's always the option of like animating the sprites with a little bit of jiggle or something. Give them like a slight breathing effect when they're idle or something, that type of thing. We'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Yeah, so it seems to be around 12 hours. Is that what I was saying? No, 24 hours. It takes about 24 hours of in-game time to get one of these bad boys unlocked. I think we could double it. I think we could get away with doubling it. I like that idea, actually. For all of the reasons I've mentioned. Pacing, also for the fact that the worshippers are out there doing it for longer, and so you have to, like, protect them for longer. Yeah. In my mind, for me, the game lives or dies on how good it looks and sounds, because it's a game about looking and listening. It rewards slowing down and paying attention. So you're just looking at it and listening to it. And I think that makes the graphics and sounds very, very important. If it was a game with like really good feeling movement or something, then it's like less important. But I think it's super, super critical for this game, and I can't do it, so. Holy smokes. I got you. Whew, okay. I think maybe we can send some worshippers back out there now. But for the pacing as well, and I didn't want to pad it at the time, but this is going back quite a while now. But now I'm feeling like I totally can just increase how long it takes to unlock these things, and I'm totally okay with that. In fact, it feels fitting. Yeah, and the other reasons being get them to spend more time in a single level so they get to experience the changing of seasons and more of the unique animal behavior, like, because they have different seasonal behaviors, and also to possibly see, like, future generations of animals being born, because often you just leave the level before you get to witness any of that. This hunter just is determined to keep wandering into this wolf den. How are we doing over here? We've almost got it. Yeah. It's going to be good. I think I will do that. I will do that for the playtest. I'll make it so it takes like 48 hours of in-game time to unlock one of these things. That's still not too long. They're not going to like die of thirst or anything. But it's good. It's good. It sort of emphasizes that challenge as well of having to like protect them whilst they do it, and in certain conditions, keep them warm enough if it's winter, or if you're in a Arctic tundra. That's one of the levels, for example. Whereas the shorter time, it's like you don't have to think about that as much. Okay, so that is all of the miracles unlocked in this map now. We just have, what is it, 2 more portal stones to go or something? One here and one up there. Oh, wait a minute, according to this I haven't unlocked any portal stones yet. I thought we were a bit further along than we are. See, it's only day 13 and I haven't exactly been like speed running it. I've been playing pretty lax, pretty casually, and we're almost like well, we're opening the portal now. We're kind of ready to go to the next level, and we haven't even really finished building camp. It looks like we will just about have finished building camp. But even so, like, the sleep deprivation thing really helped as that incentive to build camp. But I think the fact that, like, you've pretty much only just finished by the time that you're leaving doesn't quite feel right either as well. It's like you should inhabit that camp for a while to make it feel like that it was more worth building it in the first place. So, yeah. I'd say I'm making a pretty strong argument here for increasing how long it takes to unlock these things. Just be very careful, guys. There is an aggressive bear over there. Right, let's get some portal stones unlocked. Yeah. I'm totally on board. I've convinced myself completely. It's what the game needs. I'm almost certain of it. Just so that that being settled in a single level for longer is really like. I mean, I guess that's pacing, isn't it? That's the pacing that I'm going for. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I feel it needs. Certainly an interesting way of incentivizing it. Yeah, I'm not sure because, like, you totally abandon the camp and build a new one when you go to the next level. So anything that sort of carries over is... It would have to be... Well, I mean, that's essentially what the crafting thing would be. I have three new constructs in mind. The guard tower, the armory, and the torch. And the armory would be more of like a workshop. I might actually call it workshop because armory sounds very like medieval. It doesn't really fit the setting. So the workshop. And then there would be the crafting mechanics and the resource gathering and stuff. And unless you've built that, you can't like upgrade your characters in any way. You know, they can get a +2 bow of piercing. I don't know. They'll be able to get stuff, weapons, armor, equipment. And unless you actually spend the time to, like, build the camp and do that. So I think that would be basically a function of the crafting system if that made it into the game. That's one of the stretch goals that I'm calling them stretch goals. You know, there's like the core game, the very essential stuff that still needs doing, but then depending on funding and stuff, I've got these ideas in mind of additional systems that might be nice to add. Not essential, but probably would be nice to have them. So I'm very much thinking about how I can make like the core game work as well as it possibly can in case none of those stretch goals get met or like added. But then it would be nice to have them on top as well. But yeah, that's my timer. My food is ready. I'll be back in probably like an hour's time. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a little bit. I'm back. Okay. So, you know how at the beginning of the stream today, I said the bears are actually missing a bunch of code. We should probably go back and do something about that. I'll save this playthrough right here. And go take a look. So, it makes sense why they can't attack the tents if they're literally missing the code to do so. But depending on how everything looks here, assuming this is going to be set up correctly. Yes. It would appear so. What even is all this crap? Target it's not a 10. We run target relocation. That makes sense. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, everything appears to be correct here. They are literally just missing the thing in the state condition script that would allow them to target a tent to attack it, basically. Right, we have this, we have attack and flee and... Oh no, it's the attack tents. My bad. Okay. So I have no idea why they weren't attacking the tents. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. We're going to do the thing where I increase the amount of time that it takes to unlock shrines and stuff, which is a relatively easy change. We would just half this value here, I believe. It's already an extremely small value. I feel like I should do some math and work out, like, how long actually is that, you know? Why am I dividing it by the number of worshippers on this list? That doesn't make any sense. Dividing it? Shouldn't I be multiplying it or something? What? What even is this? No idea why it's like this. So, because it takes 3 worshippers, it would actually be this value divided by 3. That's the actual rate that it's going right now. But that's a very strange way of doing it. See, the worshipping at the obelisk, the menhir, was changed recently so that they have their own internal action timer, and it counts up to a second and then increases global power by 1. Whereas before it was like built into the obelisk itself, and every second, as long as there was at least one active worshipper, every second it would increase the global power by the number of active worshippers. So they were all kind of synced up. But now they're sort of, they all have their own individual action timer. But then again, this is different because it's like filling up a progress bar. It's kind of the same as constructing the tents. So we probably don't want it to, well, I mean, it could work that way still. I'm just thinking it might, maybe it would help me figure out the timing or something, I don't know. So if I multiply this by 60, I get like roughly how much it would increase by per second, which is like 0.1 recurring, basically. And then if I multiply that by 60 again, I would get how much it goes up by in a minute. 6.6 recurring in a minute. So that's basically like 6.6% per minute. Okay, this isn't helping me very much. I think I should probably work backwards from the amount of time that I want it to take, right? We want this thing to go... Yeah, this is very weird. In the case of... But I think it's the same for the carpenters as well. The carpenters are actually the ones like pushing the progress bar forwards rather than it being built into the tent. It doesn't make sense to me. It seems more intuitive to do it the other way around, but hey. In a way, it does kind of make sense because it's like the worshippers are actually the ones doing the unlocking. Yeah, so it took about 24 hours, right? So 100% divided by, how do I do this? There's 240 times 60 in a day. 240 times 60 is 14,400. There's 14,400 steps in a day. Am I getting this right? Yeah. 14,400. 100 divided by 14,400 is 0.0069. Nice. 4 recurring. So if we wanted it to take 24 hours, we would want this value to increase by 0.00694 every step. But we want it to take 48 hours. So 28,800, right? 14,400 times 2, 28, 2, whoa, what? Oh, I typed in the wrong number. 14,400 times 2, 28,800. 100 divided by 28,800. I have got the memory of a goldfish. I can't even remember what the number was. 0.003472 recurring. I'm just going to do the math again because I can't remember. 100, sorry, 240 times 60, 14,400 times 2, 28,800, exactly 100 divided by 28,800, 0.003472 recurring. Wait, wasn't that a different number to what we just had? 100 divided by 28,800, 0.003472 recurring. And I have no idea why we're doing this. Dividing it by the list size. There we go. That is literally all it takes, because this state is universal for all three different types of construct that they can unlock. So that is it. So now it will take exactly 48 hours to unlock one of these things. It's not vague anymore. I have an exact time frame. Cool. Yeah. And I think Brewer was right, you know. The crafting system would be an excellent way of incentivizing the building of camp, and even incentivizing spending more time in an individual level, because you might want to like unlock or craft more stuff before you go to the next level. Unlock is not a great term, because that's what we call unlocking shrines and stuff. But yeah, you might want to craft more stuff before you go to the next level so that you're better equipped, which gives you an incentive to stay in the current level for longer. That would be very cool, but that's one of the stretch goals. Crafting is not necessarily going to be in the game. That depends on how much kind of funding I can get and how long I can actually work on this game for. And yeah, there is of course the backup strat as the backup plan as well. That I'm gonna, you know, well, I've made the human sprites, so I'm kind of making it look as good as I can, but not really. Just in case we're not able to get, you know, a pixel artist or something. Okay, here we go. So we're unlocking these. It's going to be much slower now, I believe. No, that's why it's divided by 3, isn't it? Because there's 3 of them all. No, I understand now. I understand. Right. So, but instead of doing that in the code, I'll just divide this by 3 and then put that number in. Right, because all 3 of them are adding to this variable. So we're going to do it like that. And this way also I could change the required number of worshippers to unlock something, and it would still take the same amount of time to unlock, right? Nope, that's not true. That is not true at all. So that's a good reason, actually, to divide it by the number of worshippers. That's why you would want to divide it by the number of worshippers, because then it will take the same amount of time to unlock regardless of the number of worshippers. So I could make it so it requires like 5 worshippers. Different miracles or different things could require different numbers of worshippers to unlock, for example. Probably not going to do that, but it's nice to have the option. There we go. I think I could use a vape. Is that? Yeah, that's correct, isn't it? Yeah. Yep, that's considerably slower than it was. Right, so considering this was about halfway when we started at around like 5 in the morning, it should take about 24 hours to finish unlocking this one. So by 5 o'clock this evening we should expect it to be about 75% complete. And then by 5 the following morning we should expect it to be done. Yeah. I definitely think this is a good change. I'm feeling good about it. How are we doing? We still don't have any portal stones unlocked. This is the first one. Okay. Do we have another group of worshippers on a different portal stone, or are we just doing this one? Looks like we're just doing this one. So we probably don't really need any hunters anymore. I could use the power that I've accumulated to get the rest of the fur that we need. And we could convert to fishers instead. Fishers would be pretty good right now. Okay, we're approaching 5 o'clock in the evening, and indeed it's approaching about 75%. Yeah. Cool. Looks like they've just harvested something, so I'll let them drop that off first. Otherwise it will be wasted, because if you reassign their gift, whilst they have stuff in their inventory, well, just if you reassign their gift, it clears their inventory. Just because that was the easiest way of doing that. 3 fishers is probably good. Let's get some... Or maybe I'll do 4. Fishers are a bit slower at actually bringing in food. Second drummer would help, or... I mean, the thing is I can place the drum anywhere in the sphere of influence now. That's another advantage to increasing the size of the sphere of influence, is that you can build anywhere inside of it. So... Holy shit. Shit. Whew. Okay. So yeah, we'll be fine for a while. We've got 209 meat to work through. These poor worshippers still have nowhere to sleep. Yeah, I love the power bar. Such a great addition to the UI. Feels really nice to just be able to glance down and see how much power I've got. Around bears are hunting deer over here. Very cool. Looks like the foxes might be out hunting as well. Oh, there's some of those baby rabbits, yeah. It'll be an interesting balance, like the animal populations replenishing themselves, balanced against like how much you're hunting, and does it kind of, you know, we're gonna have to get that right so that it's like you can hunt kind of, you know, enough to survive, but if you're hunting excessively, then it's gonna become unsustainable. And I suppose fishing, now I think about it, fishing should probably have an effect as well. I think every time you catch a fish, the conservation level should probably go down too. There's no way of creating fish or replenishing the fish in the ocean. And the fish themselves don't technically exist, so it's not like we would know when they're reproducing, or I don't know how we would do that. Maybe just have like a passive thing that ticks up occasionally. Just kind of, just like imagine that the fish are reproducing in the ocean. I guess, if that's what you're into, you know. Okay, we're gonna get this portal stone unlocked, and I think we should probably start working on this one too. Yeah, so if I had an extra drummer, for example, I could put a drum on this side of camp that reaches to the coast. Oh my god, one of the water bearers is on fire. Luckily we have 3 water bearers, so one of the others should extinguish them. Please, somebody? Anybody you know, extinguish this guy? Why is nobody extinguishing this guy? Surely somebody is gonna do something. You know what I think it is? He's probably being assigned to extinguish himself. That's fascinating. He's the nearest one to himself. What a great bug. So the other ones are like, well, I'm not the nearest water bearer, you know, I don't need to do it. But the nearest water bearer is the one that's on fire. I think I probably just forgot to check that they're not on fire. Because there's always so much to think about, isn't there? Oh, that is funny. Okay. State. Extinguish. Right, so this is where we do the thing where we locate the nearest water bearer, and indeed there's nothing checking whether they're on fire or not. Okay. So. You know, I think I'm just going to put it as the first thing on the list. They mustn't be on fire. And that needs to be the same for these other 2. That is funny. That is funny. Oh, I should have kept I think I extinguished them before I saved, didn't I? I should have kept them on fire so we could I can always reignite them. That's easy enough, actually. There we go. Yeah, that is amusing. Okay, let's try setting a water bearer on fire to confirm that one of the other water bearers is going to respond to this. No? Nobody gonna extinguish this guy? That is fascinating. The healers are healing him, of course, but the other water bearers ain't doing shit. What is that all about? Oh, I think it's built into the. It is. Sorry, I forgot to update the interrupt script as well, which also only interrupts what they're doing, so it would only wake them up if they were the nearest water bearer, and once again, he was the nearest water bearer to himself. My bad. There we go, we should be fine now. Alright. Third time's the charm, as they say. Oh, come on, what is this? SC. Real argument is unset. Distance to object isometric. SC fire interrupt line 33. Argument is unset. It did not like that for some reason. What is wrong with that? Line 33. Distance to object isometric ID store. What, you're telling me the store doesn't exist? What are you telling me? Nearest stream? Oh, shit. Good point. That's an excellent point. Okay. Yeah. Fire check. Okay. Don't know if we need to worry about fire check really, because it kind of has to exist, because this variable only gets set if the thing is on the list in the first place, right? But for these ones, I'm going to have to do this in all 4 places. Just got to do else if instance exists object store and instance exists nearest stream, and then for this one just nearest stream. That becomes an else if. I think basically they were checking for nearest stream before the nearest stream tracker had finished updating, and therefore it didn't exist. And then this function didn't know what to do. So we should be good. I've just got to do it for the other 2, 3. Which is back in, not here, back in here. Voila! And I can just copy paste this whole thing actually. Right? I'm pretty sure I can. Because it's exactly the same. There we go. Yeah, when I haven't been when I haven't been coding for a while and I'm a bit out of the loop, I start forgetting to do things like check that an instance exists before referencing it. Because it's not intuitive. Having to think like a computer. It is not intuitive. I was saying the other day how strange it is that like everything is drawn every step. Nothing kind of exists in a way. And it all has to be redrawn 60 times per second or whatever. Which is not intuitive, because in real life, you put an object on the desk and it sits there, it exists. You don't have to redraw it for it to continue existing. Yes, there we go. The water bearer is now responding, because they no longer think that the burning water bearer is the nearest water bearer to themselves. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. Awesome. That is great. This is what playtests are all about. Wow, my worshipper over here is actually sleep deprived. That's not good. It's just one of them, I think. Just one of the 3. So I'm gonna use the same trick as before. I'm gonna convert them into a carpenter and then convert them back into a worshipper so that one of the other worshippers gets assigned to this group and heads over there. I think it's this one, I'm assuming so. I'm not sure where else they'd be going. There we go. Because, yeah, it would be really slow if they were... Wait a minute. Actually, I just need to look at the code. Does sleep deprivation apply to that? I mean, it should. It should. I don't know if it does. I don't remember seeing it when I was there. Because that one's not based on a action timer, is it? So that's why it was so fast before, when I was like, it seems like it's unlocking pretty quickly considering all the worshippers are sleep deprived, because it wasn't actually going any slower. Right, it is not being modified by sleep deprivation at all. I would need to multiply. We need yet more brackets here, I think. I need to multiply this by the sleep modifier, or whatever it's called. Sleep multiplier, that makes sense. That's a very good name for it, because that's exactly what it is. So now we have this value divided by the number of worshippers multiplied by the sleep multiplier, which actually like halves it if the sleep multiplier is 0.5, multiplied by time, multiplied by the global delta multiplier. So now they will actually unlock slower if they're sleep deprived. And it was working for when they were worshipping at the obelisk, because as we can see here, I was multiplying this value by the sleep multiplier for the action timer. Alright, finally. Thank you very much to my Ko-fi members for the money. Appreciate it. Really helps big time. Okay. So we should be good now. Yeah, nothing can happen soon enough at the minute. I'm very excited for the playtest and stuff. I almost want to just travel into the, if I could time travel into the future and get to the playtest, I'd be pretty happy. But also it's good to have this time. Like I was saying, I kind of want to just sit on this build for a month and really make sure that it's solid. Okay, where are we back to? Alright, we're back to here, so this dude's gonna get extinguished again. Our sleep deprivation will actually slow these guys down. If only one of them out of the three is sleep deprived, it will only slow them down a bit. You know, the more of them that are sleep deprived, the slower it will go. If I do that. Oh, that didn't seem to wake up an additional worshipper though, did it? Or did it? Huh. Okay, so the group was actually fully disbanded there because the other worshippers were asleep. I see. Interesting. Right. Now we've got one going across now that they're awake. So it doesn't wake them up. I kind of feel like it should. That would be my expectation based on how everything else works. Is that it would wake one of the worshippers up. That doesn't necessarily sound very easy, because we don't want to wake them all up. We only want to wake one of them up. No, that's probably fine, because it will wake one of them up, they'll join the group, and then it will see the group is now full. No additional worshippers are required, and then it just won't wake any more worshippers up, will it? So it's actually pretty easy to do, I think. It's just a case of running the script inside of the sleeping event. Sorry, inside of the sleeping state. And it should just work. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because if they ignore that, see, the thing is they ignore their needs, right? They could be, I think they could even be in the middle of eating something. No, maybe not actually that. They could be hungry at least. I think if they're already eating something, they'll finish eating it. They could be hungry though, and then you tell them to go unlock a portal stone or something, and they'll just ignore their hunger. It could be nighttime, and they could be on their way to bed, and you tell them to unlock something, they'll ignore the need for sleep. But if they're already asleep, they won't wake up, which doesn't make sense. Because the logic is that they ignore their needs to do this. So it should take priority. Yeah, I think that's why it's confusing. 14 minutes left to place my bid. I would love to, but I'm not made of money, alright? I would love a sealed copy of Wages of Sin, but I cannot afford it. Oh, I have a sealed copy of Sin. That's why I kind of want the sealed copy of Wages of Sin as well. Yeah, I don't collect for sealed games, but I have quite a few. Considering I don't collect for them. I have a sealed Quake 2. I have a sealed Sin. I have a sealed... I have a sealed... What else is sealed? There was something... I have a sealed Turok 2 now. I have a sealed Gunman Chronicles. Yeah, I have quite a few sealed games. Okay, state asleep. It is there. Wait a minute. What? How does this even work? What is this? So they would need to have the shrine assigned. Maybe it can't be assigned to them if they're asleep or something? Because is there some sort of like available worshippers list that they get removed from when they're asleep? And then because they're not on that list, they're not able to be assigned a shrine? That might be what's going on. It's not like I wrote the damn thing. How would you expect me to know? Worshipper. Oh, I made a function for this now, just to be extra confusing. Create worship group, DS list size available. That's right, so there's an available worshippers list, which they're obviously not on when they're asleep. Something like that. We got to get them on that list, basically, even if they're asleep. So where the hell is that? Good question. I think I know where it is, and it's different. Like, it's funny that they're often different. The available carpenters thing is done differently from the available worshippers thing, and the available hunters thing. I think actually that's kind of done the same way as the available carpenters, but this one is different and weird and probably should be changed. It's here. It's not in its own function, and it's not even in... Right, so basically this says... What does this say? Well, sleep is not even on the list here, so I'm a bit confused. If you're not in any of these states, and you don't have a shrine assigned, then you're classed as available, else you're unavailable. But I don't see sleeping on this list, so what's going on? It even has the handling for it here. If they're asleep, then do this stuff. So why am I sleeping worshippers not classed as available? If you are on the available worshippers list and you're a worshipper, then draw some text. So we can see if you're on that list or not. Should really not be compiling with YYC right now. Okay. So I see a bunch of worshippers here who are not classed as available, apparently. Very strange. Why are you not available? So I wonder if because I loaded a save, that put them back into like the worshipping state or whatever without doing this. We kind of like bypassed it. And then when they switch from that state to like the sleeping state, they exit the idle state before they get a chance to run this code or something. I would have thought this code would still be executed. Yeah, I would have thought that all of this would have been called. And they would go through state conditions and decide, oh, you know, it's nighttime, I'm going to go to sleep. It would do their pathing, and then it would do this. But I guess not, because it's not happening. Like, the thing to do would probably be, and I think it's how the carpenters work even. Let's have a look at this. Maybe not. Maybe not. Or is it? Yes, no, it is, isn't it? Ah, okay, we should do this in the same. Remember I was saying, like, they all work slightly differently? This needs to work the same way as the other one. The carpenters. So what we do with the carpenters is we just always add them back to the available carpenters list whenever they return to idle, and then we decide whether they should be removed from that list again or not after they've gone through all of their state stuff. That would be the way to do it, I think, because what? I'm sure this code should be getting executed. Like, the state conditions thing will exit the state conditions function if they are changing states, right? It exits that function so that it doesn't continue processing. But then it would just return to here. Even though the state is no longer state idle, you would think it would still execute the rest of... I mean, it has to, otherwise pathing wouldn't work. So we know that that's happening. So, okay, so I can't fully explain it to you then. I'm not entirely sure what's going on right now. But I still have a feeling that this would fix it. So this would be changed to be like gift equals worshiper. If state equals burn or flee or exodus and so on and so forth, like that. Or instance exists shrine. Okay, so if you're in any one of these states, or if you have a shrine assigned, remove them from the available worshipper list. And then in the start of the state condition script, we're going to add them straight onto that list. And I think it's literally just as simple as you're a worshipper and you're not already on this list. I think it's, I don't. I don't. It's just that when I started out, lists were all I really knew about. So everything uses lists. I've gotten better since then because now I've learned about arrays and DS maps. So I do try to use the appropriate stuff these days, but a lot of this code is from years ago, when all I knew was lists. And as they say, when the only tool that you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yeah, I understand now that lists are only really supposed to be used when the order of the items on the list is important. In which, in this case, it's not, and there are many cases where I'm using lists where the order doesn't matter at all. Yeah. Yeah. It was just lists were the first thing that I learned about, and I realized I could solve a lot of my problems with lists, but I should have actually been using arrays. There we go. So, I think it could be time to delete this, you know. It's been sitting here for a while. We obviously don't need it anymore. Alright, here we go. The moment of truth. Is this actually going to work? Is this going to get our worshippers back on the available worshippers list? I suspect so. But I've been wrong before. And I'm still compiling with YYC. Let's hope I got it right this time. Although I will probably want to quit out and disable the debug text again. Oh, man. This is a really cool build, though. I am very happy with this build. I think it's version 0.5.7.1 or 0.2 maybe now. It's a great build. Yeah, I basically learned to code on this project, so it's pretty bad. There's a lot of jank code in here for sure. It's kind of a miracle that it even works. But yeah, it's just it's like it would take too long to refactor everything at this point, so I just kind of have to like cut my losses really and cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort, and then the next project I can actually like write it a lot better from the beginning. Okay, let's see what this does. These guys are still not available. What the Are you sure about that? I find that very difficult to believe. Does not equal negative. Available worshipper does not... What am I looking at? Available worshipper ID does not equal -1. Draw text. Gift worshipper. Okay, I have no idea why they're not on that list. Yeah, I guess we've all got to start somewhere, right? Oh my god, what is happening? Wait, what is this? Oh, is it like because I need something like that? No, I mean, you would think as soon as I got returned to the idle state, then the first thing that they would do is run state conditions and add themselves to the available worshippers list. So I do not know what is going on. Oh, I have 2 P's in worshipper. For fuck's sake, dude. Sometimes it's 1 P, sometimes it's 2 P's in a pod. Alright. So now we're going to get to the truth, finally. The truth shall be unveiled. What? I'm probably going to switch engines for the next game. So my code base will go in the bin. It's not a very good code base, so that's probably for the best, right? I wouldn't want to be reusing this jank. It would actually be better, even if I stuck with the same engine to write everything from the ground up, it would be better to have that clean slate. There's probably a few little bits here and there that could be salvaged, but for the most part, I've learned so much. And I'm aware of stuff that I want to learn, even that I haven't yet, but I know that that's how I would want to do it next time around. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking spammed by Instagram scammers. Fuck off. Okay. Okay. I think that, there we go. Yeah, they were unavailable because we loaded the save, and in that case it is actually important that we do the same thing that we do with the carpenters, and maybe even we should be doing that for hunters as well, just for that brief moment when you've loaded a save. But then again, how do we know that they should be classed as available? That actually depends on what state we've loaded them into. And you raise an excellent point, so... Okay. So, available carpenter, because so with this here, we could load a carpenter into a state where they should be unavailable, but add them to the available carpenters list. So that is problematic, in fact. And this code in the create event actually gets executed before we update their state. So it's not like we can check that here. It needs to be built into the save load system, basically. Oh my god. We could flag them. It might honestly be the better way to do it. If they're available, we flag them and then make sure that we re-add them to the list upon loading the game. Yeah, that's probably the better way to do it, isn't it? So I'm going to remove this. We fixed the bug at least. That is good. And then when we save the game, save. Human. Object human. I'm gonna need some new variable. This is specifically for saving and loading, so let's put it in the saving and loading section. Oh. Oh, it seems like I might have already had this idea at some point. Because I have these two. I don't know why we would need separate variables. We would only really need a single available variable. I said variable. Right. So if those exist, what, is there something in here that I'm not aware of? What's going on? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong code to begin with. Here we go. Aha. I even commented this one out. Wait, so if this exists already, what the hell am I using it for? Anything? Nothing, apparently, because it's not working. Oh my god. Enter HUD, crash pathing. So there's nothing here. It's almost like I got halfway through implementing it and forgot what I was doing or something, which is quite possible. Let me just do a global search for that and see if there's any reference to it anywhere else. Let's save, keep it, human create. That's where it's first assigned. SC load available worshippers. Oh, I have a function for that. That's crazy. It's not working. If I do have a function for that, it's not working. Okay, and where exactly would I be doing this? Loading, load, instance, presumably load instance, state, sprite, toggle, blah, blah, blah. States, maybe? Load available worshippers is in there. Human states, load Twitch, load available worshippers. And we pass in instance, and then we say if available worshipper is true. Well, oh, what does this even mean? Look at that. What is that? There we go. Without doing that, I would have been saying if this is true, maybe, is what it was saying. So it would have only added them to the list if they were already on it. So this probably works now, and we just want to create a load available carpenters function, actually, and do that as well. Crazy. Crazy the stuff you'll find when you actually playtest. So, as soon as I load the game, all of my worshippers who are worshipping at the obelisk should indeed be available. I think this calls for a vape. I just got my medical prescription renewed recently after a bit of a hiatus. Not that I haven't been medicating, but I don't really use a lot, to be honest with you, and they sell it like, I don't know if the least, I think the smallest amount you can buy is like 5 grams, which is actually a lot for me. It lasts forever. I can make like 5 grams last a really long time. But on some days it is just a lifesaver, dude. I'm so glad that it's legal now. There we go. Beautiful. So those are being loaded correctly, and we can just make a the same thing but for carpenters, basically. And that'll be great. See, I knew about this and had tried to do this already at some point and just like fucked it up and then forgot all about it. Yeah. I suppose quite a lot of the time, well, not really a lot of the time, sometimes I do write code and then I don't actually test it. I just assume that it's going to work. And then I do something like this. So we've got load available worshippers. Let's make load available carpenters. And isn't there also such a thing as available hunters that we should be loading as well? No sign of that here, I'm noticing. Honestly, I think it just needs to be available. We don't need multiple different variables for this. We just need one variable called available. It doesn't matter what type of, well, what gift they have been granted. Right, as long as there's no other variable anywhere called available, for God's sake, that would be terrible. Okay, seems good. And then we go into the save load system, and rather than saving and loading available worshipper and available carpenter and all of that stuff, we just do, so we just save and load available. And then up here we can just check if they're on any one of those lists, I suppose. Right, we can do available, true. True. But we must make sure that it gets set to false again once we've finished loading them. So in available worshippers, am I doing that? No. We need to set available. Am I spelling that right? It's starting to lose all meaning. I've said it so many times. We have to set it back to false again. Oh, I'm not trying to ignore YouTube chat. I just forgot. I didn't miss anything. It's fine. YouTube. There we go. We've got to make sure it gets set back to false after we're done. And then what about available hunters? Is that a thing? I'm sure. Or is it, are they just like partied or not partied? No, yeah, I think I don't think hunters have an available thing. Right. No, we just have hunting party. Yeah, okay. It's fine. So it's just these two. So if they're on the available worshippers list or the available carpenters list, then available is true. And then why don't I just have a single function for this, actually? Why am I making multiple functions? It should just be like a load available function, right? Not multiple functions. Okay, so if they're on either one of these lists, available is set to true, and then we save and load available. Boom. Just gonna get rid of this commented stuff. I'm going to delete that one, and I'm going to rename this one to load available. Oh, could have copy pasted it from the other one, but never mind. And just if available equals true, well, that is well, we need an extra if statement now inside of this if statement. Get rid of this, and then if available equals true, if gift equals worshipper with 2 P's, add them to the available worshipper list, else we can guarantee they're a carpenter if they're not a worshipper, but it still needs to be an else if we want to check that they're not already on the list, which they're definitely not at this stage, but I do still like to always check that they're not already on the list before adding something to a list. Oh, and the available equals false is universal as well. It doesn't need to appear in both. Like that. That would be it. So now both carpenters and worshippers will be added back to the available carpenters and worshippers lists respectively upon loading a save, and I'm just gonna confirm that it definitely works. The carpenters are not necessarily available, I'm not sure, but we can have a look. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This build is coming together nicely. It's gonna be pretty sweet. I'm getting more and more excited for people to playtest it by the minute. Failed to compile. What? Fatal error, unresolved internals, externals. Where is this? What's going on? It's probably in that function I just made. I had to guess. Looks fine. What's going on? Oh, I know what it is. I bet the function hasn't been renamed. Where was it? It's in like, there it is. Load available, not available. I thought well, I wasn't sure, but I thought maybe it would auto update when I renamed the function. But no. There we go. Let's try again. But I hope I can get some more of this Super G Citra. It's a good strain for me for the daytimes. Maybe like a little bit of anxiety. So maybe it's a little bit more. If I could get something that's equally as kind of stimulating but without any anxiety, that would be great. But it's definitely one of the better sativas. I mean, I've had the mango. That was not a good strain for me. That was absolutely terrible. Not only did it taste terrible, like I was like, "Oh, mango, delicious! That's going to be great." It's like this horrible artificial mango flavor. It's like, how on earth did you manage to make a plant taste synthetic? They managed it, and then the effects were just like, I was overstimulated, like pacing around the room, monologuing to myself. It was not productive at all. And a lot of anxiety on that one. I got the sourdough for the evenings, which is a really nice strain. And, but it's like, I can't focus on anything if I do that. It's definitely for the end of the day. It's also good for pain relief, actually. Been having a lot of neck pain recently, and it totally, like, unlocked that for me the other day when it was really bad. Oh. But I think I've fixed my neck problem now. It's getting better. I was using too many pillows when I was sleeping. That's what was doing it. Wait a minute. What? Okay, it's not working again. Why is it not working now? Oh, because I can't use the old save file anymore. Right. The old save file. Yeah. Gotta make a new save. Gotta make sure I save when they are all available too, otherwise it's not gonna be a very good test. I can load my game because it wasn't giving me any error. Then I can wait for these guys to become available. And then I can save again. We have a couple of available carpenters over there as well. Oh yeah, and then I just literally just need to hit load. Boom! There we go, and they're loaded back onto the available carpenters and worshippers lists respectively. That is beautiful. Wasn't even aware that that was a bug when I started out today. Nice. Yeah, sometimes it's really helpful to, like I was saying earlier, it's really helpful to not have a plan, because then you'll find stuff like this and fix it. Yes, that's why I am not releasing any content that would require me to have backwards compatible save files after the game is released. It's going to be one of those like one and done games. There's not going to be any content like added later. It's just gonna release it, and that's what it is. Kind of a little bit like, I'll fix bugs, obviously. I'll fix the bugs, but a little bit sort of Animal Well style, like how Billy Basso just wanted Animal Well to be like almost like an old N64 game on a cartridge or something, and it's just like, that's the game. I mainly want to do that just because I have no idea how to make backwards compatible save files. I know that Sundown did it on the Feathered Serpent, which is honestly insane. But I would have no idea where to begin. Alright, I dare say we can crank the version number. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more today, other than a little bit more playtesting, just to kind of appreciate the work that has been done. Yeah, version 0.5.7.2. Coming along nicely. Awesome. It's funny how I always have to close the file structure down at the end of the day. It's like putting all of the tools away or something. It's like I've got to tidy up. And it's always nice to do that bit of playtesting at the end of the day. But I rarely get the chance, and it often means that I release a build either with something broken in it or with like a bunch of debug stuff still enabled. It's not a big deal because nobody really plays the builds right now. But still, you know, I like to stay on top of it. But I always say, like, you know, it's for a paying customer, essentially, so I have like a responsibility to take care with it. Because Ko-fi members get early access to development builds. They're essentially funding the game, so they deserve a working build when I do put one out. Which has been fairly regularly at the moment. A little bit too regularly, maybe. It's probably fine, but I've been cranking that version number up frequently. Alright, there we go. And so now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. This is going to actually be unlocking more slowly now, as intended. Holy smokes. And then the bear starts attacking the wolves. He's like, leave those worshippers alone. Okay, so what, are these wolves out hunting? They must be. So, I'm not sure what they're doing, actually. I hope everything's okay there. Oh my god, now oh, how the turntables. You've wandered into the wolf den now. Oh my god, it might not actually get away here. Holy smokes. Oh, they got it. They got it. That's a takedown. Holy crap. Yeah, because I tied movement speed to health, and threat level is also tied to health. So wounded animals move slower and are also considered less of a threat. But that changed things up a lot, because they would have never have been able to catch that bear before. But the fact that they cornered it twice, that allowed them to take it down. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say never. They could have still... This was very lucky because they like chased it into this corner and had to double back, and then it also happened again here. I almost wonder whether the wolf dens should be able to spawn this close to the coast. I don't know. It's not something I ever researched. I usually research the animals quite heavily when I'm making them, but wolves, I mean, in some places must live in, like, cliffside caves and stuff. Why not? I mean, they live in dens, right? That would probably be a great spot for them, as long as the water doesn't get too high. I mean, that could easily happen this close. I mean, yeah, like a significant storm, and this whole place is going underwater, pretty much, because there's no elevation. That's the one thing. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin. How on earth do you make elevation? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It would have to be like the same DS map. Yeah, but how would you know that it was actually behind something? How do you draw it, like, in front of them? It's like every tile of the navigation... No, every tile of the tile map... What is it called again? Is it... Yeah, the tile map has to be like a sprite that's drawn at a different depth. So you can't just use layers. Well, unless you were to have one layer for every... No, you couldn't even have one layer for every row, could you? Because they would have different... Exactly, they would have different heights, depths. That's insane. I mean, would it be that much difference, performance-wise, though? I suspect it would be pretty bad. You could do it with a single object, of course, and have a single object drawing all of the sprites on the screen at the correct depths. Or at least I think you can do that. It's not like I've tried. But that's kind of the sort of thing you would have to do, but then, like, getting the humans to path correctly on top of that stuff isn't something that you could do with the... Or, wait a minute. No, I mean, no. No, I was going to say, couldn't the human just inherit the depth from, like, the tile that they're standing on or something? I mean, you could do that, but it wouldn't solve the problem of, like, how do they path behind something? How would you possibly do pathfinding that finds its way behind a hill? Could it potentially be... it might be possible to do it with multiple navigation grids, but probably for performance reasons alone, it's probably, if you have that many navigation grids, the game probably isn't even going to work, right? A navigation grid for every possible height that they could be on? How does that even help, though? Because they still have to, like... No, that doesn't even work. No, it's impossible, because you can't navigate from one navigation grid to a different navigation grid. That doesn't make any sense at all. You probably wouldn't use navigation grids at all if you were actually to try and attempt this. I'm talking about, like, using GameMaker's built-in functions, though. Probably the actual smart way to do it would be, you would build a fully custom system or whatever for this. I don't know what you call it. It's just that I don't have the knowledge to imagine such a thing. Okay, what's going on? We're like halfway on this. Okay, I forgot that I disabled it. Right, so it's going to take them much longer now. So we're going to be much closer. I'm really sold on this idea. I want to call it the true pacing of the game. We'll be closer to the true pacing of the game now. What should be completely wrong and I revert the changes, I don't know. Nav grids can point to other grids. You need to make doors. Whoa. Whoa. So you could make a map system where each room has its own nav grid of the size of the room, which feels a lot smarter than flagging the cells outside of the room as forbidden. And I'm not so... You know what I'm talking about. Not GameMaker rooms, but like a map with rooms in it. And by a map, I don't mean a map. Why is it so confusing once you... Yeah, it's a different language. That's literally what it is. It's a different language. Design speak versus engineer speak or something, I don't know. So, it's going to take a hell of a lot longer to... I'm going to say this hasn't been one of the most exciting maps. Tile map with a rotated camera? My camera is not rotated. I am using a tile map and navigation grid with where the cells look like this. They have a dimensions of 32 by 16. I don't know if you can even see them on the green, really. Yeah. And the tiles, the way that I designed them is different from how tiles are normally drawn, you know, where everything has 90-degree corners. I have, you know, these whatever these are, these diagonals. I knew that I wanted to do it that way because that's the only way to get the proper isometric look. No, it's 2D isometric pixel art. I wouldn't even know how to do any of that stuff. It's a miracle that I got the camera functioning in the first place. I don't know how you would do anything like that. I've seen projects like that. They usually look very different. They usually don't go isometric. Right. They're usually closer to like side view. But I've seen projects like that in GameMaker. It seems insane. Yeah, why is it so complicated to, you just like, I just want to look at the game. Can I do that? I don't see why cameras have to be, it's such a pain to set them up. I swear. God forbid if you ever had multiple cameras for some reason. I'd go insane. Okay, we got it. We got a portal. Was that the first one? No, we got two at least. I was going to say, what a struggle. No, we're getting there. We've been fixing bugs. That's the part of the challenge of this playtest, is actually you have to fix the bugs when you find them. I feel like I'm getting lag spikes. It's my... Where the hell are the rest of them? I've lost the worshippers. I don't know what's going on. Oh, there they are. They're getting attacked by these wolves. Thanks, wolves. Oh, Jesus. Holy smokes, that was a little bit close for comfort. Was not expecting it to go so wrong there. We're okay, we're okay. Yeah. This is it. This is... I mean, it's more daunting. I gotta say, I used to think it was slow before, but now I honestly don't. When you see the rate at which this is progressing, you immediately get the idea of like, oh, this is gonna take a while. So you know what you're in for as well a little bit more. It was in some weird middle ground before, I feel like. Yeah, this is really good. And plus, it means that you really need to let the worshippers recover before you send them out for the next one. Mr. D-Boy already did that in his playtest, and we're making it even more brutal, so people probably will do that. He just activated like all of the shrines and portal stones and expansion stones at the same time, and was like, yeah, just go activate them one after the other. And then his worshippers like died of dehydration. But he did raise a good point. He was like, oh, I feel like I'm being punished for no reason. Like, his expectation was that they always drink when they need to, right? Because that's how they normally behave. And this is a weird exception to the rule, when generally they're fully autonomous, right? And they're going to do what they need to do to survive as long as they have everything they need. As long as the conditions are correct or whatever. As long as they can. They will. But yeah, it's this one exception. It's the one time where you're actually commanding them directly, kind of. The worshippers have this special connection with the player in that regard. They're the only ones. You can pick people up and move them around, but you can't give them commands. Except for unlocking these. Maybe we are. Maybe I'm just stoned. But I think we might be achieving the sort of beautiful simplicity that I was talking about this morning. Something like that. It's very simple, but it really makes this particular gift unique. None of the other gifts have that. Very interesting. Makes it more memorable in a way. If you were trying to remember several of those exceptions to the usual rules, I'm a big fan of consistent game rules because it makes the game intuitive. Like, once you know one thing, you kind of infer that to a lot of other things, and you just have an an expectation of how everything is going to behave and react and function. And I really like trying to cultivate that. Everything has to be predictable, otherwise, especially in a game with a lot of automation, right? Otherwise it's frustrating because it's something out of your control that isn't doing what you want it to do. So it makes it super important. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't feel like this was one of the better maps. Because it's all random, some maps you get really interesting configurations, I have to say, and then others are not so much. And also just the random behavior of how the animals choose to move around the map as well leads to different scenarios. It's quite, because it's so systemic, I suppose it's quite... I've tried to do things to... I mean, I've done the best that I can, as far as I'm aware right now anyway, unless I figure something else out. I've done the best that I can to try to put the bumpers on and narrow the potential scenarios down to like where there's enough randomness, but they still fall within the most optimal conditions or something. There was a thing recently, like, if you got really unlucky, you could spawn, you know, almost as far away from the streams as you could possibly be. And it would take so many water bearers to actually maintain the water supply for the camp that I mean, it would just be like almost impossible. It would be pretty much unplayable. So I did have to add a max range. There's a minimum distance that you can be from a stream. There was no maximum distance. So just trying to get things in the sweet spot, but with enough randomness to keep it interesting too. And this is literally level 1 as well. So it's supposed to be pretty easy. I have so much power this playthrough, I didn't have anywhere close to this on the last playthrough. Actually, that's kind of insane. Come to think of it, why the hell am I not building this? I remember I converted all of my hunters into fishers, and then I totally forgot that we wouldn't be getting any more fur. Yeah. But that's what I was saying, right? Oh my god, they're even getting sleep deprived out here. Wait a minute, what? That's crazy. That I did not expect. It takes 72 hours. How long have they been unlocking this thing? I think they must have just been awake for some time before I even sent them over there or something. Surely. They weren't over there for 72 hours unlocking that thing, were they? Because that's too long. I've gone too far if that was the case. They need to be able to do it within like 48 hours. I need a fresh start, and I need to actually pay attention and time it. Oh, what? I don't even have resurrection? Oh my god. Okay. I've got some fairly non-sleep deprived worshippers over here. I should probably... I don't know, actually. I think we should just go for it. They've been awake already, like, however long they've been awake today, 12 hours or so, a bit less than that. Are we going? Where are they? Oh, there they are. Wait, why are you sending the sleep deprived ones? Oh, that's not good. That's... oh, fuck. It should prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers if you've got them. Yeah, there's no way, right meow, for me to prevent it from sending those guys. They just happen to be at the top of the list or something. Unless they got added to the bottom of the list now by cancelling this group again, but I doubt it, because they were the same ones who were unlocking the portal stone. Well, if everybody gets a good night's sleep tonight, which it looks like they will, none of them will be sleep deprived, and they'll all have fully reset their sleep timers in the morning. Yes, that's how that works. Okay, and then we can send somebody out there, and we'll see how long it actually takes now. Maybe my math was wrong. I thought I was setting it to take 48 hours of in-game time to unlock these things, but I could be wrong. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I need to write that down, though. I'm going to write that down. I'm definitely going to forget that. Prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers when unlocking shrines, etc. Here we go. Okay, it was like 12:45 on day 22. And unlocking of the Resurrection Shrine is underway. 22. eventually, I'm going to need to make it so that edge scrolling doesn't work if you're hovering over the hotbar, I suppose. Because we're going to want to be able to drag these around and reorder them. And we're going to want to be able to remap the controls eventually too. So we're living, what, purely on fish right now? We still haven't fully run out of meat, but yeah. That's kind of crazy. 12:45, day 22. And these guys were fresh. Right, and everybody just cleared their sleep deprivation debuff. Alright, better just grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, nice. Nice. Yeah. Basically, first you want it to loop through and add non-sleep deprived worshippers to the list, to the group, and then you want it to loop through again if it still hasn't filled the group and add sleep deprived worshippers. That is the most efficient way to do it. The fuck is going on? What are you guys even doing over there? That's crazy. What the hell? Oh, they were coming back from this one or something, I guess. I forgot about them. Guess I'm pretty distracted. I'm actually developing the game. Okay, we're getting... Where are we? We're coming up on 12 hours, right? No, 24 hours. We're coming up on 24 hours, I think. Yeah, because it's almost halfway. And it's 48 hours. Okay, it is 48 hours. This guy's getting cold. Are these guys going to freeze to death before they make it? Probably not. I think they can go down pretty low before they actually die from hypothermia. Although they're probably not comfortable. Frickin' carpenters, man. It's because all of the firewood, like, it's just a natural byproduct of the firewood being respawned. There's a bug with the tile map thing. It does that occasionally. Don't know how to fix it. I'm probably never gonna fix it. But there are sometimes just random tiles like that that are not supposed to really look like that. So it is 48 hours. Those worshippers must have just probably been pretty tired, I guess. I suppose that's the thing. It's like, you know, if they've already been awake all day, and then you also send them to a shrine, it's not going to give them a great deal of wiggle room there. If anything goes wrong, if they get interrupted briefly or whatever, then they're probably going to be sleep deprived by the time they get through it. It's good. It makes you think also, like, oh, I should send them out first thing in the morning when they're well rested. Stuff like that. It's a pretty serious ritual. Any multi-day ritual, I think, is pretty serious. Oh my god. Close. I think we're going to be fine. Oh, there's a wolf in camp. Not for long. Hope it doesn't get stuck over this side and keep... Oh, the thing is I can move them. But when the sphere of influence gets there... Oh, it might belong to this pack. That would be fine. Yeah, once the sphere of influence gets big enough, like, that's actually pretty nice. Because sometimes you get in that horrible situation where the animals are, like, on the opposite side of camp from their den or something, and they keep trying to go through camp to get back. It's like an infinite loop. But if you just pick them up and move them over there, you don't even need to kill them. It's beautiful. Yeah, we're doing absolutely fine on the conservation level. How could we not be, really? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's definitely gonna need some balancing, isn't it, to actually work. There we go. That guy's like, fuck this, I'm getting back to the campfire as soon as possible. The campfire's not even lit right now, actually. Oh, he was going for the tent, right? If there's no fire, they'll go inside to get warm. And I'm not sure if they come back outside when the fire is lit, because they would prefer that than being inside of a tent. I'm not sure. Sure if that's a thing. They're really struggling right now. That's what I was saying, like, the more they gather the firewood, the further away it all gets as it respawns. We naturally, like, clear out the area that we're in, and it all spawns really far away. It's a giant pain in the butt. But on level 2 you get miracle firewood, where you can just create some. And you just create a bunch in camp and it's fine. There's one more portal stone. Where is that? Oh, here it is. Right next to these wolves. Oh, we're gonna need to make sure that they are done hunting. You know, I'm starting to feel like there's no deer left in the map, is there? That's exactly right. That is a problem. The population is not sustainable, apparently. They are being hunted into extinction. And that is by both us and the other animals. Pretty much all that remains is this one bunch of rabbits up here. And I saw like a single deer with a fawn somewhere. The last remaining deer. Oh, there's a couple of them. There's two. Maybe the fawn aged up even. No, I don't think it's been long enough. I think that happens at 1 year. Okay, yeah, this is very cool. This is very cool. Okay, I should probably write that change while I kind of think I have it figured out. It's like, first we want to add non-sleep deprived worshippers to the group, and then we want to resort to sleep deprived worshippers if we still need more worshippers in the group, right? Did I ever get round to making a function for any of this stuff? Otherwise I have to update it in 3 different places. Yes, the worship group. That is good. Okay, so we create the worship group. We just add from the top of the list what we actually want to do. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, this is more of like a... I need a separate for loop inside this one, don't I? What is it normally next? J or something? Oh, for J. J less than ds list size available global dot available worshiper, global available worshiper J plus plus. Yeah, and then rather than I need to loop through twice, so I might actually need a 3rd for loop. Yeah. I actually do. And ds list available worship is greater than required, and both of these lists are empty. Okay, so both of them. I still need to use a while, right? While what about replacing the missing ones? I might just be able to throw the exact same logic in there. While I feel like I should just do both. List size responders plus ds list size worshippers less than acquired worshippers I actually get rid of this one? Do I? I think maybe I do. What is it? What the hell? Oh. Oh my god. Okay, so while responders and worshippers is less than required worshippers, we want to scan through the available worshippers list, and it would probably be a smart thing to do to just add this to a temporary variable. And then we do if just kind of wondering if there's a way to do it without looping through the list twice. That might be, but it's not entirely clear to me. I think this is probably fine. Well, this needs to be after that. We want to set the temporary variable first. And then I can say if current worshipper dot sleep multiplier does not equal 0.5, or we could say equals 1. Taraka would say it should be, you should be checking if something is positive or true. Sleep multiplier is 1, then we know that this human is not sleep deprived, and we can safely just add them. But it is current worshipper that we're adding. DS list add responders. Oh, sorry, yeah, I see it. Current worshipper. Current worshipper dot shrine, current worshipper shrine target, no. DS list delete available worshipper I. And so it's going to go through and only form the party out of non-sleep deprived worshippers. So we wouldn't even be able to use sleep deprived worshippers if we didn't add this next part. Yeah, so it's everything from here to here. What just happened? There we go. So we loop through the list again. Wait a second. Oh yeah, because the while is the thing that breaks us out of this once we have enough. We loop through the list again. And we just remove the sleep multiplier check so we can accept any worshipper, not only the ones that are not sleep deprived. And that is it. And oh, we don't even need to use a second temporary variable for the for loop because it comes after this one, not inside of it. There we go. That is correct, I believe. I would really like to be able to confirm this. I need to get myself in a situation where half of my worshippers are sleep deprived now. That's easier said than done. Okay, well, I'm fairly convinced it will work. I'm going to read through it one more time to be sure. So if the available worshippers list is greater than or equal to the required number of worshippers, and both the responders and worshippers lists are empty, while while responders plus worshippers is less than required worshippers, we're going to loop through the available worshippers list and add any non-sleep deprived worshippers to the responders list, and update all this stuff as well, and remove them from the available worshippers list. If we still haven't filled up the group, we're going to go onto this one and loop through the available worshippers list and add any worshipper to the responders list and all the rest of this stuff, regardless of whether they're sleep deprived or not. It looks fine to me. Oh, and then replacing worshippers, we also would want to prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers when replacing worshippers. Oh my god. Missing worshippers? So where the hell is that? Okay, so missing worshippers is the required worshippers minus the responders plus the worshippers. If missing worship, god damn it. If missing worshippers, well, if available worshippers is greater than or equal to missing worshippers and responders plus worshippers is less than required worshippers. Why does any of this work? That's what I'm wondering right now. There are more than enough available worshippers versus there's not enough currently in the group. And then the emptiness, right, versus the... Okay. I see. So, and then this just loops through the list. No, it doesn't even loop through the entire list. It looks through the list for the available worshippers list for as many worshippers as there are missing worshippers. But now we want to fully loop through the list. Actually, while... no. Yeah. Loop through just exactly the same. We loop through the list until there's no longer any missing worshippers. We loop through the list until the group is full. And we prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers. That's fine. Okay, that's great. That is a nice quality of life improvement there. Because again, when you don't have direct control over these things, you need it to behave how you would want or expect it to. I've already cranked up the version number. Let me go ahead and back this up to source well, Bitbucket I'm using actually, not Git. Okay. What have we done today? This is the challenging part, is when I have to remember what I've even done. Reduced space between fishing spots was like the first thing that I did today. And then, what else have I done? The last thing I just did, prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers when forming worship groups. what else did I do? Something wasn't saving and loading. Fixed available worshiper / carpenter loading. And then the timing change, I suppose. Can't remember exactly what order I did things in. Probably just put that on the end here. Increased time to unlock shrines / portal / expansion stones to 48 hours. Nice. Get that pushed to the repository. I'm going to... I should probably play test it first, shouldn't I? I'm going to play this build briefly, and then I'm going to compile it and release it for Ko-fi members to download. And because that stuff was in a function, I didn't have to update it in 3 different places. Amazing. Okay, I may have gotten slightly distracted because I remember saying we have to wait for these wolves to stop hunting or something. Wait, what's going on now? Whoa. Okay, it's bugged. It's bugged. It's severely bugged. We added like 1 billion worshippers to the worship group. Oh no. What? Why would it do that? Oh, because nothing breaks it out of the for loop when the group is full. Okay. Wait a minute. Are you telling me we don't even need the while? So it would be like if it, I mean, yeah, you could do it. You could do that. Why is it like this? Okay, so... And then else. Break the loop. And there would be no reason to do the second loop if the group was now full. But also we want to break out of this loop when it is full. Yeah. Seems weird that I have exactly the same if statement on the inside and outside of this for loop. So we're only going to do it in the first place if the group isn't full yet, and then we're going to break when it's full. Should be good, right? Oh, YYC, why must you take so long to compile? Totally worth it for the performance increase and everything. Alrighty then, let's get these guys. There we go, they've all just had something to eat by the looks of it. And we should hopefully only get 3 of them this time. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. And we're going to prioritize non-sleep deprived worshippers too. That is excellent. Final portal stone, and then I'm off to the next level, and then I think I'm going to call it. And we'll see if we can find somebody to raid. Or something. I'm certainly not playing through another level tonight. I need to get something to eat and probably just give the design docs a final once over before I send them to Jonas. If I find anything serious that I can't do tonight, I'll do it tomorrow morning. And hopefully get those sent off to him before stream. I'll see if I can get on a call with him sometime, either tomorrow or Tuesday, and discuss everything. And get things underway. I'm definitely getting lag spikes now. It's my PC. It's like another reason I shouldn't compile with YYC is because the more times I do it, the less stable my PC seems to become. I think it's because I'm streaming at the same time and I'm also encoding with my CPU. Compiling a video game whilst encoding is probably not a good idea. Looks like the wolves are on the hunt again. This is what I was concerned about. We need to be careful. But there is nothing for them to hunt. Ah, this is the big problem that I'm discovering, isn't it? Is that the animals are being hunted to extinction. I don't know why this guy is not sleeping right now. Oh, because they can't get the freaking campfire going because there's no firewood. That's why he's not sleeping. It's raining as well now. Yeah. Yeah. We can't have these animals dying, but it causes massive performance issues if we just create like a bunch more of them. Well, we've done a lot of optimization since then. Probably wouldn't be as bad, but clearly, like, I mean, it's mainly on us, probably, because we hunt so many of them to build all the tents with. That's really the issue, I would say. I could maybe squeeze in a couple of extra herds of deer or something, but it's mainly that we need to, like, slow down the rate at which they're being hunted. These are the final 2 deer in the map here, and they're about to be mutilated. Get out of here, wolf. You don't want any of this. Almost halfway. These guys are going to be getting pretty cold. When do they turn blue? Must be below 36. Or just below 36.5. We don't have a campfire anyway. For God's sake. Plus we can't do any repairs because we have no fur. Yeah, there are some serious downsides, and I like that. I like the downsides to not having any hunters. 5 is really safe. I go for 5 because they can fend for themselves a lot easier. But really, like, more like 3 would be... I think 3 and some fishers and foragers, you know, a nice kind of distribution would be good, and I'm glad about that. I'm glad that I'm like feeling it, you know. I'm like, oh, I can't repair my tents because we're not bringing in fur without the hunters. I'm missing them, you know. It's not like I can just use fishers exclusively and be like totally fine. Yes, I have a bajillion power that I can just use to create the fur that we need, but that's not the point. Alright? That's not the point. I probably really should do it, like everything is getting quite damaged by the wind and stuff. Just by the wind, I think, actually. So windy that the tent has almost been blown half down. And even these ones are quite... in quite bad shape. Yeah, I mean it's fine. There's the trade-off there. It's like, the thing is, if you opt for like more worshippers, less hunters, or something like that, then it's on you to remember to use the power to create the fur to repair the tents. And it's like, if you don't do that, they're probably going to get destroyed. So it's just, it's like a little thing that just like nibbles away at you or whatever, and you get to avoid that if you have some hunters. We are so fucked. There we go. Okay. Alright, thank God for divine intervention. Those guys are freezing. I'll send them back out tomorrow, give them a chance to rest. Yeah. It's cool because, like, you know, it takes them a lot longer to unlock them now. More stuff like this can happen. They are not exactly still feeling fresh. I can't just send them back out again immediately. Like, they need that time now. Yeah, it works really nicely. Don't you just love those balance changes where you get to put your designer hat on and I think I'll change this number to this number. Yeah, that's good. Okay, how are we looking? We're all good? Nope, nobody can eat anything because we can't get this fucking fire going. But I can just use Miracle Fire to ignite it if it's getting that serious. The thing is, there's nothing to actually alert you to when they're starving or anything right now. Well, actually, they begin starving as soon as the hunger meter is at 0. But, like, if they're getting close to dying of starvation or something, there's absolutely no indication of that, and there probably really should be. Yeah. Like, we should basically draw, I think, a sprite above their heads, just like a speech bubble with like a food icon or a water icon. The tinting is how we communicate temperature. The snoring particles are how we communicate sleep deprivation. The movement speed is how we communicate health or damage, but we also communicate that through having a health bar. What we don't communicate is when they're close to starving or dying of thirst. And we probably should have that. I'd say if there's something important that's got to go in for this playtest that would definitely irk people if it wasn't there, that would be it. The problem with this solution is that I have to create new sprites. But it's fine. We'll be fine. I'm sure I'll survive. God damn it, dude. It pisses me off, actually, that they're struggling to find firewood this much. Because I have nothing. It's not true. I can use Miracle Fire. It's probably what I should be doing. Maybe it's a good thing because it's going to make you actually utilize one of your miracles that rarely gets used. But then again, in the very next level, I'm going to get Miracle Firewood, in which case I'll just be constantly respawning firewood in camp for them to use. Especially considering the next level is the open plains, and firewood is much more scarce and often further afield. How could it be further afield than this? No, but I mean, even initially. It does depend where you spawn, actually. Okay, but this is the final portal stone. We're almost ready to go. Should we watch the portal as the final flame ignites? Could take a minute. Portal activated, baby. Let's go. I mean, literally, let's go to the next level. And just in time. It's morning, just in time for breakfast. Fuck it, I'll light the campfire again so everyone can have something to eat before we go. This poor carpenter is sleep deprived from searching for firewood. I mean, even if I light the fire, he still won't give up, I guess? Is that a thing? Actually, well, I don't know. I don't know. Now he's got firewood in his inventory, but he's going to bed. I think that's because I ignited the fire again. If it was still low fuel or no fuel, he would have been... Where are you getting this fur from? What are you doing? You keep withdrawing and redepositing this fur. Why? Because there's only 3 fur available in the store, but you need 4. So you keep withdrawing it and then realizing you don't have enough and depositing it again. Is that what's happening? This is very unusual. Not encountered this bug before. Oh, really, it would be like state prioritization. Is this carpenters depositing fur? Yeah, so the problem is probably something to do with supply. Build stage 1, build dot fur less than build dot required fur. I mean, that sounds like it would be fine. Build.fur was definitely less than build.required fur. I can tell you that. Maybe it was a targeting issue. We're talking about repairs. Tents that require repairs is like literally the highest priority thing. Prioritize repairs over building new tents even. Right. So current repair dot fur is not greater than or equal to required fur. When current repair dot fur is less than current repair dot required fur, and there is fur in the store, he's like, okay, let me go get that fur, and then he withdraws it, and then this is no longer true, I guess. But shouldn't he be the responding carpenter store fur at that stage? Yeah, but this would, the way this is right now, that would also need to be true. So it actually, that needs to be outside of all of this stuff. Right. This all becomes completely irrelevant if you are the responding carpenter. So I keep all the brackets the same, but move this outside of this bracket here. So it's that one. Right. So it's literally like all of this or this. So if it's not on fire, is stage 2 or greater, exists, you don't have lumber in your inventory, and you've been allocated to withdraw the fur from the store. Let's see what that does. I'm still compiling with YYC. I've been doing it all day. Okay, assuming this works, we have a really solid build on our hands here. So the fur is currently in the store. And yeah, I don't think he's bothering to withdraw it at all. Hey, we got some firewood finally. Oh, wait, no, he has withdrawn it, but now he's actually able to supply it. it is odd that they go to the entrance when doing that. They shouldn't, but the way that it works right now is that flag is built into the object. And the object either has an entrance or it doesn't, and as long as it's built, that should have really been built into like the pathing itself, where it's like optionally you can path to the entrance of something or just path to the closest adjacent cell. That's great though. That's good job. Good job I tested this. Man, that would have been terrible. Someone got stuck in that situation. Alright, so, and we're home free now, right? I can just pick this wolf up and move it. Which pack do you belong to? These were? I hope so. Yeah. If I put him with the wrong pack of wolves, they would all attack him. That would be terrible. He seems to be doing okay. He will attack the store because there's food in it. If he gets close enough, he'll be like, "Ooh, get me some of that delicious food." Oh no. No, he doesn't. He doesn't because he's locked in. He's hunting right now. Oh wait, maybe he does. He does. I can't explain what happened there then. He reached his waypoint. Oh my god, nobody's responding to this. Where are the guards? That was weird. Who did he flee from? I didn't... There's not a single guard here. I woke up like some worshippers and stuff. Why didn't the guards wake up when... I mean, the tents must be so far away that they were actually unable to see it from that far away. I don't know which tents the guards were in. Looks like I saw a guard over here. It's like... Okay, it looks like the guards were in some of the furthest tents. Maybe that was it. But it was also very weird. This is the thing, like, that happened with the bear as well, maybe. But what does that mean? It's because it's... Oh, okay. No, I see. Because combat interrupt is never actually... It never actually happens if you're in range of a tent. The only thing we're looking for in combat interrupt, and that's for the animals, is nearest threat. So basically the thing that interrupts what they're doing and returns them to idle, if they're in range of something that they can either attack or flee from, is this, and all it's checking is whether they're in range of nearest threat. Whereas really it would be nearest threat or nearest tent. Actually, the brackets should also encapsulate this part, maybe? This and this, or... Oh god. There we go. It makes sense now. So, and where are my brackets? What's going on? The hell? Oh, I'm just missing the second one. And they all kind of basically need to work in that same way. And thankfully, everything is named exactly the same. So I can just copy paste that. And these guys don't attack tents. What am I doing? They don't even attack humans. They don't. All they do is attack each other, actually. You got insta-killed because you removed a sprite from a fire. What does that even mean? You removed a sprite from a fire? There we go. So these guys will also be interrupted if they're in range of the nearest tent. Beautiful. And that is it. That is it. Just those two. Hell yeah. That was the really confusing one that I didn't think I was going to fix today. I just kind of figured it out. That's great. What a way to end the day. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm going to push this to the repository. Can't really remember what I did. No. We made it so that... Wait, didn't I... But it was still bugged or something? I thought I did that in the last push. Yeah. I don't know what's happening. You have a trap which spawns fire if there is no fire, but if an object has no sprite, it won't be detected by collision. So it spawned infinite fires on top of each other, each one dealing damage. The object has no sprite, it won't be detected by collision. Okay. Spawns fire, and if there is no fire. I'm not exactly sure how it works still, but... If you say that's the reason, I'll take your word for it. Tracker build update. Oh, right, because the... What was happening? Carpenters were, they were getting stuck in some sort of a loop. Oh, yeah. I like fixed build tracker. What about the hunters? What about... Okay, I'm getting concerned now. What about the hunters? No, wait, no. This is its own function. Oh, well, they don't get assigned as, like, responders or anything like that. That's why it's not an issue. Okay. Got it. Fixed build tracker, not tracking repairs when there is no fur in the store and you are the responding carpenter. Yeah. And fixed predators not reacting to tents when in states other than state idle. That's like the only time they could essentially perceive them, because, I mean, they're just locked into their current state if there's nothing that will interrupt them. Yeah. Was that it? I think the worship group thing was still bugged, because I didn't test it before I pushed last time. Fixed worship groups, whatever. It's fine. Okay. There we go. I'm pretty sure everything's good now, right? We haven't actually tested the predators not reacting to tents thing, but... Oh, and the deer are going extinct. I keep forgetting. Oh my god. This is the problem, is if the fawns don't live long enough to mature, then if their mother dies, they're gonna die too. They need to like survive long enough to reach a certain age where they can fend for themselves. And it's not happening, so the next generation doesn't actually survive in order to replicate. I like the number of predators that we have in the map right now. I like the amount of fur that it requires per tent. Really, it means one of my options, I'm not going to say my only option, but I feel like one of my options here is to increase the number of deer. But the reason we don't want to do that is performance related. Plus it looks ridiculous when you get to a certain level of saturation and there's just deer just everywhere. It's pretty crazy. I don't know what else to do right now. Because also it's like you could make it so the animals don't hunt as frequently, right? But I also quite like the frequency at which they hunt right now. I'm a big fan. So, yeah. I'm just gonna have to increase the number of them and then like keep thinking about this until I can figure something out. Yeah, room definitions. We're gonna increase it to like what, 10 herds of deer? 12. I feel like 10's not gonna be enough. I mean the thing is like the same number of deer are gonna be killed. And we're just trying to make it so there's enough that they survive long enough that their young can actually reach maturity. It probably still won't buy us enough of a window for them to reproduce another generation. This is the problem. It's like, this is why you don't actually simulate ecosystems, because you can't balance them, because consciousness is like the most powerful thing known to man. And it's the only thing actually capable of like regulating an ecosystem. Oh my god. It's gonna have to be like a combination of all of these things, like reducing how often the animals hunt, increasing the number of deer, possibly. I mean, the thing is, if I reduce the amount of fur required for each tent, it becomes, it doesn't make any sense. It already doesn't make sense how you could build a tent with so little fur. Alright. Well, let's just take a look and see how ridiculous it is with this many deer in the map. It's easily going to be over 100 now. I think there was like usually around 80 or something before. It's between... can't remember actually how big a herd of deer is. Between 3 and 7 or something. Maybe I could make the individual herd sizes bigger. Actually, that might be a good idea. That might be a better way of doing it. Rather than increasing the number of herds. Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Well, I was not expecting to spend so long working on the game today. I'm probably going to need to do the design document stuff in the morning. Oh, the lags are getting really bad now. Is that just purely because of the amount of deer? It could be. Oh my goodness. It can't be just that. It's got to be my PC. This is really bad. Oh, see, it's smoothing out now. Yeah, it's definitely my PC freaking out. Okay, well, it's not actually as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah. It's okay. Alright, okay. We'll go with 12 herds of deer. Although I do feel like slightly larger herds would be nice as well. What if it was between like 7 and 14 deer per herd or something like that? Don't know where I'm getting those numbers from, but that's just kind of what I feel would be right. How do you do this again? You go into the herd manager object and you set the... oh, it's between 7 and 10 right now, so just, yeah, cranking up the max size of a herd by 4. Why not? Why the hell not? And I should... it's gonna lag to shit when I do this, but I think that's just because my PC is basically fried at this point. I've compiled with YYC like 20 odd times today and it really doesn't like it. But yeah, fortunately I've written several drafts of or you know, I've gone back and edited the design documents several times over. I'm pretty sure that even if I just send them over to Jonas as they are now, they're good enough. Maybe the logo document could use a bit more work. I feel like the capsule art design document's a bit further along. But I'm hoping that he'll do the capsule art first and it'll give me more time to... not that I think I need a great deal of time, but it will give me more time to work on the design document for the logo. Although, I'm probably overthinking it. I probably don't even need it. He's probably just going to knock it out of the park. Because he's Jonas. Indiana fucking Jonas. Alright, well, that's pretty hectic. We've got a lot of deer here. Yep. But that should help prevent them from running out as easily. Okay, well that's the best I can do for you right now. Alright, you're on your own. You're on your own with these deer and trying to sustain the population as best as you can. Eventually we'll add Miracle Herd to the game and you'll be able to summon them from thin air. But yeah, that's it. That is it. It is a lot of deer, but hopefully we'll be alright. Cool. So I'm going to compile this build and release it. That's version 0.5.7.2, and I'll probably be back tomorrow. We can get started on this crapola tomorrow. And at some point pretty soon here, I'm going to have to pivot back to drawing more sprites. God damn it. But yeah, I do need to finish the final 2 sets of sprites. Oh yeah, I did try Black Desert Online last night. I felt like playing an MMO. It's weird. After a drum sesh, I usually feel like playing a video game. And yesterday I was just like, you know what? If I could be a mage in an enchanted land right now, I'd be all about that. But it wasn't for me. It had terrible controls and it made my eyes bleed. So it was not the MMO for me. More power to you if you're into that kind of thing. But goddamn, I would like an MMO that could scratch that itch right now, if you know what I mean. I'm kind of... Thing is, I had such good times in WoW back in the day that nothing will ever recapture those. It's very, very difficult. So, as much as I enjoy WoW Classic, it's not really doing it for me. Yep, the third game's going to have to be an MMO. I'm just going to have to make it. No, that's never going to happen. Never in a million years. Alright, there we go. This build is now available for Ko-fi members. And we are backed up to the repository. That's not true. Increased deer count. And I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, really? Well, there we go. We're going to go ahead and find somebody to raid. Yeah, because it's an older MMO, right, that got remastered recently or something. Okay, iCut Shapes is doing art for something. Dandelion Freak is being German as usual. You know what? We're gonna raid Muty today because he's doing episode 3 runs for the. He wants the world record back. I was enjoying the runs yesterday, so there's not really a GameMaker streamer live right now that we can raid. So we're gonna raid some Quake speedrunner. Because in a past life I was a Quake speedrunner. Alright, thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.